What's up? It's me, the big streamer man. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully everybody's doing good. Hope everybody's doing good. Ugh. I'm gonna need to get some more water. My damn bottle almost out. Ugh. Another week, another reading. Got the fucking Nun in the Chamber, chapter 21 and chapter 22. Hold up a second, I hear something. Listens carefully. No, I think we're good. Now it's about to write you pre-stream and beg that you read more than one chapter. Well, I'm gonna try and read two chapters tonight. I'm gonna try and do two. Reason being that chapter 22 is going to be the beginning of the fun. Oh boy. Let me take a look here. How long are these chapters going to be comparatively? This one's going to be just about the same as last week. This one's longer. Ooh, chapter 22 is notably longer. Oh shit. Okay. That ought to be interesting then. Wow. Are they all longer? Oh my god. That little bar is getting smaller and smaller. And chapter 23 is also pretty long. Fuck, man. I forget how long these fucking Nun in the Chamber chapters are. Punch Drunk, you can just fucking punch that shit out. These, it's like, alright, you better lock in for like at least an hour on these things. Woofy woof. Here, let me get, Schnoot Game OST up, so that way some old ambiance in the background. As is tradition with these things. Why do I have so many fucking Discord notifications? Runs over to start getting these out of the way. I don't like it when the fucking red number is very high on Discord, you see. It pisses me off. Okay. I have lowered the number now. Alright, all good. Look at all those motherfuckers in the Discord right now. You got Chambers playing 40k bolt gun, Gato playing the Limbos Company, Jake playing Vintage Story. And he was playing Subnautica. Looks like they've squirreled away to talk about their Limbos. Holy fuck, yeah, just check chapter 22, Raptor, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh boy. Oh boy. Punch Out, cause Punch Drunk, yeah. You know, I've never played Punch Out, but that game does seem like it would be up my alley. Very simple and very fun looking. Oh, so hi. Hello. Oh, buh. I hate it when it plays that one, because that one's always just like fucking... It'll come after one of the quiet ones. Just jump my ass. Hopefully I'll be releasing chapter of Inpus tonight.
Best of luck, Flippo.
Snoot Game OST, my beloved. I personally prefer the Wani, but you know, to each their own. Mine at 79. Yo. Hello. Hello, Leafax. Gato about to see the big Dawn reveal if he hasn't seen it yet. I'll act like I know what that means. I'll act like I know what that means. Limbo seeing its consequences has been a disaster for the human race. It's funny how, like, the server went from, like, doing nothing about Limbus Company to, like, multiple people playing Limbus Company. Like, usually if you look at the Discord, there'll at least be one person who is a Limbos fan in the VC, either willing to talk about it or actively talking about it because there's somebody else playing. Lanny and Co. really did have people take the Limbus pill. But that's just how it goes, you know? Waves ebbing and flowing when it comes to games. I mean, there was like the whole GTFO thing a while back that people were playing a lot of, myself included. And now it's just, howdy Mr. Birdley, I'm gonna fucking snowgrave you. And now it's Limbus Company. I figure pretty soon now we'll probably have group sessions of Vintage Story, because I kind of want to play Vintage Story again after playing a little bit of Minecraft. Which, for those of you who weren't in the VC today, me, Jake, and Lanny were playing like a fucking quick collection of Minecraft horror mods, and it was schlocky as fuck. Like, that shit, it was fun for like an hour, because Lanny was like jumping at like the slightest sounds, but man, it got old fast. Minecraft horror sucks real bad, guys. There's a couple of mods in there that weren't too terrible. I could probably play with those with like some other things. It's just like have the horror elements be like a back seat type deal while you're doing a bunch of other shit. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, no. Some of those, like the what was it? The silence. Not very silent. Actually loud as fuck. There was like one time for me, it happened a couple times for the others, where it would be like you're listening to a fucking Russian number station and you're like, can you shut the fuck up? The enemy that it added to was just kind of not engaging, is the best way to put it. Minecraft with Herobrine. Yeah, exactly. Dude, Herobrine wasn't even like a... I don't know. There was like 2 different Herobrine mods that were added. One of them was way better than the other because it just added like random things showing up in the world. And then another was just, oh, there's Herobrine who like look at you, and if you look at him, he'll teleport over and punch you real quick. And it's like, okay. This isn't very engaging. And then there was like a couple of like different enemies. There was like one which had like a fucking Demogorgon looking face that would just scream at you and play like some fucking something that sounds like one of your anomalies escaped in Limbus Company, or not Limbus Company, fucking Lobotomy Core. They both start with I'll go figure. And would just make you like forced to swing and use your shield or some shit. It was weird. There's also like this purple freak that like would carry you around and poison you. He was annoying. Trying to think what else was there. Oh yeah, the Mimicir. Big ol' fucking like elongated Steve skin that was like like walking like a spider or whatever. I think its gimmick was supposed to like morph into blocks or something, but I don't think I ever saw it do that. I just saw it like fucking run at you and be annoying. Ready for pain, Mr. Homo? Or Mr. Homo, sorry. Yeah, I'm ready to have to read fucking Spanish again and get owned It's just how it is. I've come to terms with it. Gotta make a huge tab for Infamous stuff. For the amount of stuff I got, it's gonna be wild. Deej, even. I think it was the first one who was open about Limbus and talked about it, then Lanny afterwards. I could see that. Lanny usually needs someone to like prod him to start like opening up about like his interests. Too old for another gacha game. Limbus is the only one I would potentially do, because I have a huge malice towards gacha games, but it's made by Project Moon, and Project Moon puts out some pretty fire shit. So that's the only reason I'd be willing to give it a try. Popped in real quick to say hello, Mr. Streamman. Oh boy, time for reading pangs. Hello. Yep, and time for the reads. So Mr. Streamman's live tonight. At least we know he isn't gay. What the fuck does that mean? How does me being live from my nun in the chamber make me... I'm confused. Escape and Run MC mod would probably be a way better horror Minecraft mod. Only downside, it's difficult. You cannot be by yourself at all. At a certain point, you will die by doing so. Yeah, I know about Escape and Run. Escape and Run's neat. But depending on things, it might... I don't know. I'm pretty sure it has performance issues at a certain point. I mean, at the end of the day, like, fucking any collection of Minecraft mods that aren't very carefully curated in a pack on a multiplayer are gonna fucking tank your shit. Like, when we were doing the horror stuff, there would be times where I think something got fucked with its pathing, like one of the monsters' pathings, and we would start chugging, and I'd have to switch it over to peaceful and then easy again in order to, you know, fix the lag spike. But Escape and Run's one that I wouldn't be opposed to trying to do. I think like there would be 2 from that mod pack that I'd be willing to port over to a new one. We could then do Escape and Run, and then just like some tech shit, tech and magic, just to like have progression stuff. Because if you don't add any type of progression to like a pack, at least for me, I end up just focusing on trying to get to the fucking Ender Dragon, because that's like the only true progression in Minecraft, and that just gets kind of... it's very formulaic how that works. You just go underground, get some iron armor, enough diamonds for a pickaxe, make a portal. I know you can make a portal without a diamond pickaxe, but fuck you, I want a diamond pickaxe. Make a portal, go around in the nether for like 2 hours looking for a fortress. Once you find that, get the blaze powder, trade for some pearls, spend another like maybe 20 minutes going to the fortress, and then bow with infinity, you win. That's it. Russian numbers start playing. Shut the fuck up and play Minecraft. Yeah. I'm glad I only got that one once. The Forever Doggo. Oh yeah, the dog being brutally murdered very loudly. Yeah, that one played multiple times for me. For Jake, it happened like 9 times or some shit. Poor guy. Orbital Freak. There's also the dog that kept dying. Yeah. Fuck that dog, dude. What book is this? Okay, it's fucking Snoot Game fanfic, brother. I'd say regular hardcore Minecraft is good enough for horror. Misjudging the distance and losing almost all your health to fall damage get your heart going real fast. I guess, but I don't know. I'm a little gamer pilled. Hardcore doesn't really do a whole lot for me, because the thing is, like, base Minecraft, there's only like a handful of things that really are dangerous, other than, you know, your own incompetence. Like, as long as you have a set of iron armor and a shield, you're usually bing chillin'. Surprise Creeper can take you out of the game real quick, you know, because explosive damage is a bitch and a half. But yeah, I mean, like, most other things you can kind of prepare for. If you accidentally get burned in, like, the nether, you can just have a cauldron and a water bucket on you. That's up until you get fire resistance. After that, like, you don't even need that. I don't know. If you play it slow and you're just cautious, usually hardcore isn't that bad. Like, each of the times in the past, like, couple years, whenever I've done, like, I'm gonna, like, go kill the Ender Dragon, I don't do it in hardcore, but I could have done it in hardcore because I didn't die at any point. Sure, the other people that make a little bit of a fucky wucky. Thought you were reading some kind of Minecraft Let's Play transcribed for a sec. What the fuck do you mean, Kane? Huh? I'm reading like some fucking Shadow of Israel shit or something? I am not caught up yet. Well, time to get caught up then. Did you happen to see the one design I got for Cole this morning? I think I saw it, yeah. I peruse the fridge at times. Excited for more Snoot Wife? I'm excited for more Snoot Wife. I'm not excited for more fucking Spanish jumping my ass. Shadow of Israel, the novelization. Ugh. How long would that be? That'd be pretty fucking long, wouldn't it? Yeah, speaking of Snoot Wife, by Wednesday, I think most of the stuff for the Fang cosplay should be arriving at my place. So, that should be happening in the near future. To actually book cover and Cole design? I think I saw the cover, or not the cover, the Cole design. I don't think I saw the cover though. Craft to Exile is a banger. Ender Dragon is just phase 1. 3 healths after. Craft to Exile. I think I might have heard of that one before. God, you may burn yourself out too. I mean, yeah, that's the case for like fucking everything, right? You go like super hard, then you're just gonna be like, all right, I'm done with this now. Honestly though, I'd rather like just play something to fucking death and burn out on it than like take it slow. Like, that's just how I like to play my games. Like, just jam it out for like a week or two. My incompetence is my biggest enemy, sadly. Yeah. I don't know. I played Minecraft too much to kind of like... a lot of shit I just autopilot on. I need difficulty in order to keep me in check, so to speak. Let's see. Craft Exile 2. Minecraft meets Path of Exile and Diablo again. I see. Okay. Oh, it's got the RPG stuff. Oh my god, big talent tree. Huh. Oh shit, maybe I'll take a look at this at some point. Could be interesting. Ugh. Fuck you. Fuck you for doing that to me. Hate the sudden loud noise. Humo Spanish loves you. No, they don't. Spanish Haiti. Let's go, IRL Fang. Snoot husband? The what? Wait, Bond, do you not know about the Fang cosplay? There was a Lanny jump scare moment. Anything's a fucking Lanny jump scare moment when he's in a spooky situation. Me saying hi too loud would make him jump. Sent to you just in case. Snoot bro becomes the Snoot. Truly. Getting a Dino Nuggies ASMR stream then. Not an ASMR stream. What the fuck? You get a Dino Nuggies stream, but not an ASMR stream. PS2 emulation. I do have the PSX emulator, I believe. Or PS2X. I can't remember what the fuck the thing is called. I got that for when I wanted to play Outbreak. Which, again... As I make very, very apparent whenever it comes up, they need to remake Resident Evil Outbreak at some point. Free money. Free money. You have to remake the caramelized onion video in the cosplay. That wouldn't be a bad one, honestly. I have an active serve for P2E. P2E. No? Huh. Oh yeah, Bon, I'm gonna be doing fucking whatchamacallit. I'm gonna be cosplaying as Fang. I've got like basically all of the stuff for it. The only thing I wouldn't have is probably like contacts for the eyes, but that's just because I have to go get like my prescription from an optometrist and then get them custom made, which would take like a month. So like that could be ready by like Halloween, but other than that, I've got just about everything else, I think. McFrickin' Lanny. McScarin' Lanny. Hello, silly chat. Hello, Iron. Same for Code Veronica. Yeah, Code Veronica could really use a remake. Cause I haven't played Code Veronica. Just cause not easily accessible comparatively to the rest of the franchise. Male Fang Real? Truly. You guys are gonna get full-on streamer Male Fang. And I know I'm gonna have to like add some rules to that stream so that you all aren't fucking freaks. I don't know the context of this conversation, but I'm also planning on being a GVH slash Snoot slash Wani character for Halloween. Oh yeah? Which one, Doodle-deer? I was thinking Sage, but my dad doesn't like how he looks. Fucking denied the Sage cosplay. Feels bad, man. Gonna be either Inko or Newa for Halloween. Ooh, rep the Newa, rep the Newa. Did you decide on dye wig or hair chalk? I'm using like some like fucking dye stuff that Morwin recommended. I haven't tried it yet, but hopefully it should work. Awaken my masters. Those rules will be broken in a millisecond. Yeah, some of you are way too freaky style. I'm not surprised.
Me no freak, me respect you, Mr. Streamer.
Yeah, some of you do, but some of you don't. And those are the ones that I worry about. What if halfway through this fic it just 180'd into GVH levels of writing? I would have to begrudgingly still read it. Because I'm already like halfway through. I couldn't just like pump the fucking brakes now. I gotta see it through. If I'm honest, the one thing I'm not looking forward to with the fucking Fang cosplay is having to like shave just everything. That's gonna fucking suck. Ugh, I've never shaved my arms before. It'll be an interesting experience, I'm sure, feeling that goddamn bare. I'll like need to start bundling up because my body will be like, we are losing heat now. Our natural process of keeping heat via the hair is now gone. We're gonna fucking die. Bro is committing to the bit for real, for real. Damn right I am. Look, anything worth doing is worth doing to its fullest, not half-assing. Put in some goddamn effort. Honestly, respect. Thank you, thank you. I'm collecting the rep from everybody. Make sure you don't make it weird when I write Electric Man XOC Gator. Me? Me? What'd I do? I never make things weird, you see. Still saying we get a shooting range in cosplay for E1 day? I mean, it's possible. If I have everything on me, I can easily do it. Damn, Mr. Creamer's becoming a twink for this cosplay. I don't know if twink's quite correct. I don't know if I can twink Max, you see. You might get more of a twunk type deal. It'd be funnier if you stay a hairy, manly man under that cosplay. Here's the thing, the fucking cosplay has tummy out, and I don't think I want to, like, just have, like, the fucking hairy tummy on display. I ran out of time to shave for my last Halloween costume, Luna from Hello Boss. First time cross-dressing, and I still felt pretty. Hey. More power to you. I'm just gonna fucking do it just to see what it's like, though, because I've never fucking... the hair on my legs and my arms is the same hair that's been on my legs and arms since I was frickin' born. I've never shaved it before, but... I mean, you know, obviously you lose hair at times that you don't realize and it just regrows, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. Rep plus twunk question mark? Becoming question mark? Wait, what did it... bit or fetish? Call it. Bit. I'm calling it bit. Flip that coin. Halloween range day, I never thought of that. Yeah, that would, like, think about it for a moment. You just get a bunch of people in their costumes and go to the range. Get like fucking... Imagine how that would look. You get like Ghostface with like an AR-15. Shit would look funny as fuck. Speaking of, I had an apple for breakfast this morning. It tasted good. Are you sure it didn't turn into a pepper? Like midway through? Like, you didn't turn it, like, at a 90-degree angle, and then suddenly it started to look a little different, right? The midriff will be on full display? Absolutely. I already have the shirt and the pants for it. Or the tank, the top and the pants for it. And I've tried them on. I need to, like, so the pants don't actually have... They've got, like, that, like, torn up look to them, but they don't have... They have, like, this back layer that stops you from being able to see skin. I'm gonna have to, like, cut into that so that way, you know... Authentic. But I tried them out and they fit pretty nicely. I gotta find Carl Vresky costume and find a range open on Halloween. Carl Vresky. What the fuck is that? Looks it up. Ah, from Die Hard, I see. I don't think I've ever actually watched Die Hard now that I think about it. But that's to be said about a lot of movies. Odd guy from Die Hard. 2 months later and Jake is still trying to convince him to take it off. Dude, Jake would not be... Here's the thing. Jake is not going to try and convince me to take it off. I already know how Jake's going to react. He has made that clear. Love how we're all excited for Halloween even though it's 2 months away. Dude, Halloween's badass. So badass, in fact, that I'm going to be doing this cosplay before Halloween. Cause, you know, cosplaying's just fucking fun. Maybe I would do something different for Halloween as well. Who knows? Maybe you guys will get like a fucking Eatican or something. Jake is your YouTube mod, right? I wonder how that will work. I'm gonna like mod like Iron or something in the YouTube and have him be able to like grab Jake by the like neck and throw him out of the room. Love how... Oh, yeah, I already read that. Dumbass me. Pints on a Avatar pick. Love that game. Oh, man, I really do need to play fucking Alien Hominid again. I remember playing that back in the day on the PS2, and that shit was fun as fuck, man. Oh. They've got that, they've got the re-release out, which I would definitely be down to play, but they've also got that, what is it, Alien Hominid Invasion or whatever, which is like up to 4 people or some shit, and it's kind of like, I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. It's not the same, but it looked interesting to say the least. You should have done the Carl Dusky cosplay first. I am not doing Carl Dusky. I do not need to be getting Carl Dusky in my life. I'll leave that to somebody else. Some other hero can take up that mantle, alright? Notice Halloween hype started early this year, even in stores. I haven't seen anything about Halloween in stores recently, but then again, I don't go to stores too often other than to grab groceries, so... But hey, if people are getting hype about the Halloween, fuck yeah. I would say that honestly, my favorite holiday is like Halloween. Just because that's when people like put in effort to get like some really cool costumes going. The vibes are on point. And back when it was trick-or-treating, that shit would be fun when you go to like somebody's house and like they have like a whole setup like ready. Like that's the kind of thing I would be doing if I had a house. Like getting it, like spookifying it and then sitting outside and like spooking motherfuckers. Like really giving a kid something to get scared about when they're like trying to go to sleep at night, you know? They're like, oh, I wanted to go get candy from Mr. Blank's house, but there was like a fucking chainsaw guy outside and he scared the piss out of me. Like that shit's great. Yeah. Give them the the Halloween spirit. Is there gonna be a crest in the cosplay? So here's the thing. No, because I had to kind of like draw a line, right? Like how much are we snoot of like, am I gonna do like the fucking dolphin thing where like I have a long fucking snoot on the end of my face? No. Okay, well then I'm probably not gonna I'm not gonna have a crest. I'm probably not gonna have the wings. Because like the thing with the wings is like you can get like some really shitty ones, but at the same time, I don't think it's gonna look as good with the rest of the cosplay. And then that's something I gotta worry about when I'm in the kitchen trying to make food, which I don't know. It did not sound very appealing. I'm just gonna do Human Fang. We're gonna just do Human Fang. Which might be to some people's dissatisfaction, but the fact that you're getting Male Fang at all, you should be fucking appreciative. I've looked up, like, I've tried to look up, like, Fang cosplay, and I think I've only seen like one other person do it. Let me look. Yeah, I like a quick Google, I'm only seeing like one person. That was like a year ago. Navigate back over. Oh man, my brother's cooking something. It smells fucking good. I'm a little hungry. Grab Jake by the ponytail and yank him around when he freak maxing. He'll probably still be shouting some freak shit while you're like trying to drag him out of the room. Such a good game, that and Castle Crashers. The Castle Crashers DLC I need to take a look at. Is that out yet? Can't even remember. Yeah, I played through Castle Crashers before. I think my first time playing through, I did Green Knight. That's just because I like the color green. And then I learned about how fucking ridiculous the lightning is for Red Knight, and I was like, oh, interesting. Just stun lock them with a lightning bolt. Very easy. Was there any upcoming mods for Snoot/Wanda you know of recently? No, off the top of my head. There's the one that was announced in Snoot Club, I believe, where they're going to have like a mod that's supposed to be kind of like a Q&A with the Snoot crew, and you get to submit your own questions. I know that that's something that's going to be getting done. And then other than like the typical ones that you know about, like the big projects like fucking Megalomania, Hold On To Me, Devlog, you know, those three bigger ones. Is MILF Game, like, does that have an actual name? Because I don't know what the name is in that case. It's a very close second for me behind Christmas. I like Christmas too because I like free shit, but I don't know. I'm not like huge on the vibes of Christmas, I guess. Like the cozy vibe, sure, but like I don't know, everything else is like, nah, okay, I can take it or leave it. Halloween, I'm just super down with everything that's going on there. It'll be the first time in 10 years I'll go trick-or-treating. Man. You know what the fucking worst part for me, about like Halloween and trick-or-treating was? I got so much candy, and I'm not like a huge candy guy, so I would never eat it all. I'd always just eat like a couple pieces and then be fine. I know some people would like, when they got back home after a haul, they'd just start tearing into shit. I was not one of those people. So it turns out my brother actually made dinner. I thought he was just making a sandwich, since I wasn't going to be doing the cooking tonight because I got tired and didn't do it. But he just walked in and gave me some bacon, some eggs, and some cinnamon toast. Fuck yeah. Big treat. I'm gonna have to do dinner tomorrow to make up for that. I love Christmas because I like giving gifts. Giving gifts is pretty fun. Giving gifts feels good, to be honest. Yeah. Especially when you, like, figure out, like, the good gift to give. Base brother moment. Absolutely. Absolutely. It does pretty good from time to time. You get a piece of this bacon. Ooh. This is, like, the perfect amount. It's not too crispy. I don't like my bacon super crispy. I usually make it crispy because my dumbass forgets to take it off at the right moment, but... You could get a cheap Plague Doctor mask. Wait, what for? What would I be getting a Plague Doctor mask for? I heard blank, so it immediately got my attention. You do know that people will be making meme pics of your Fang cosplay, right? I'm gonna make like a fucking dedicated channel on the Discord for people to keep that shit in, hopefully. If it spreads out of the fucking Discord, so fucking be it. I can't really control that. But at the very least, I know not everybody is gonna want to see human male Fang looks at Lassiter. So, somewhere to maybe keep it a little more contained would be a good idea. Mang, you can always, you know, not do it. Yeah. I know how you feel about it, Lassiter. Don't worry, I'll take precautions so that people will hopefully not be shoving it in your face. It will go down in Snoot history. So will you also be getting sloshed? I'm due to get sloshed at some point, but probably not during the Fang stream. If it gets out of the server, you're gonna have to nuke it. I just think it would be funny if it does get out of the server for like an influx of people to be like, yo, are you the fucking Fang, male Fang cosplayer? Go kill yourself. And I'll be like, oh. Would you like an order of fries with that as well to go? No Humo exposed mid-riff tragedy. What do you mean? You are getting Humo exposed mid-riff. That's exactly why I'm gonna have to fucking shave my body. Won't go down without a fight. I've seen someone make a Trish's hoodie on the Volcano High subreddit, closest I can find to a cosplay in this community. Yeah, there's a surprising lack of cosplay. I guess most of people's creative juices is going instead to just like art and shit. No, the dev team is taking time mainly because they don't know if they should change the boss art. Oh, for the Castle Crashers DLC. I did say that you can make your custom character with custom magic. Oh, that's badass. Yeah, I'm not even sure what like the content of the DLC is yet. I went with Red as my main character in Castle Crashers. Hayes did Inko, no? Yeah, Hayes did Inko at one point. That did happen, I believe. I didn't see any Fangs either. Yeah. You'd have thought that Fang would have been cosplayed more. Not big into candy either, it was just fun to be out. Yeah, that was the big thing. Especially if you had a couple buddies you were going out with too. Just going around in your fucking costumes and having a good time. Really fun. Knock knock food. Knock knock candy. Plus I was never like one to be like too big on like chocolate and shit. Like I like chocolate every now and again, don't get me wrong. But I'm not like the kind of guy who's gonna be like, I want a fucking Snickers right now. Part of that's because I also haven't really had chocolate and peanut butter type deal too often. I don't know, it's kind of a little too rich for me, I think. Anyone made fan kits for Anon, Schizo, Anon, Heather, Inko, Liz, Inko, Lunara, Inko, Kiara? I don't think Inko has any like fan kid things. By virtue of that still being a relatively new game. I don't think there's like any art for Anon and like Puppet Pals. There was a green text at one point, I think, with Anon and Schizo having a kid, but that's about as much as I know. Then again, I'm not the person to ask about fan kids. I don't know fucking much about them other than that they exist. Oh, you mean, okay, so a plague mask for the fucking snoot on the cosplay. Nah, like I said, I'm just drawing the line at it being a just human Fang. Inko has a fan kid, I don't remember the name though. It was a boy though. Are we talking about shit? Iron, you've got like a kid of Inkos in your story, don't you? Trent question mark? I think that was the name. Brother looking out for you. He does that from time to time and I appreciate it because I also do it for him time to time. I knew I smelled something in there. I was like, that is not a sandwich. I was gonna go in there and take a look, but unrelated, but did all hear about the canceled Crash 5 Bandicoot game? Well shit, why'd they cancel it? I didn't play like a lot of Crash Bandicoot. I remember I had one for like my Game Boy and I played the shit out of that one and that was fun. I'd be willing to go and play like the actual like, because they re-released a bunch of them, right? Or like they remade them. Same with Spyro. I haven't played that in fucking forever. Fuck. I'll make sure to tag Laster on every single post in that channel. Oh man, you two feed off of each other, don't you? The rage and the hatred. Crash 5 was canceled. It was a crossover with Spyro. What? Why would they cancel that? What the fuck? Hello? It sounds like a terrific little thing. Just found out when I read a small Sunny D bottle, it says to shake it up, which shocked me. One of those small little things you don't realize until later in life, huh? Bummer? Yeah, big bummers. Have you seen mods used, the mods used in Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? I know about them. However, me myself, I have not like played them or looked into them too much. Judy mentioned Laster happy. Yeah, Laster always happy when Judy or Fang mention. Dude, advertisements made me hate Reese's. I won't forgive them. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs, peanut butter chocolate flavor. Speaking of advertisements, when I was looking for like contacts and shit, I was like I was obviously looking at like different brands and whatnot, and like people who do custom cosplay contacts and everything. And I kind of found one that I was gonna maybe look at, but I was like, okay, whatever. And then I needed to go like take a fucking shit or something. I had my phone on me and I was just scrolling through Instagram, and I was like, oh, look at this. A bunch of like contact ads in my Instagram, which is only tangentially tied to my fucking great, brilliant. I love mass marketing and its consequences. There are Anon X Puppet Girls, but no fan kids of that shit, as far as I know. Spike v Nito, yes, and Trent. There you go. There you go. I do have my first Snoot game fic of Spider-Man planned out. E2 Anon is Peter B. Parker from Spider-Verse. Oh yeah, washed up. Need time to work on the infamous fic first? Well, yeah, take it one step at a time. Don't fucking burn yourself out. World was not ready for more Bandicoot. I was. I only played Legend of Spyro. If I looked for it, I could probably find the PS1 disc of Spyro that I had. Please read. I need my fix. Oh, you're gonna have to wait, buddy. I got some food in front of me too. Like I gotta eat. We're gonna be like another like 10 minutes. Sorgi. Ooh, these scrambled eggs are cheesy as fuck. Zam. Due to Crash 4 underperforming and being a huge failure even though it sold over 1 million units. Oh, so the typical case of a company not realizing what success really is, and because it didn't make Infinity wacky bucks, it was a failure? "10 minutes, quite outrageous, I must say." For me, yeah, it is outrageous. It would be longer if I wasn't on like a fucking timer right now to get reading. Get something to soothe your throat though, you don't want to scream it raw later. Of course, I'll take a moment to go get my water. Speaking of Legend of Spyro, where the hell did Elijah Wood go? He was literally everywhere in 2010s. After that he vanished, he didn't die, did he? Let me see here. What's he been up to? Elijah Wood. Oh wow, his stare is piercing in this picture. Holy shit. Let's see. What have you been up to, mister? Okay, he was in something called Bookworm, The Toxic Avenger, The After Party, Yellow Jackets, I'm a Virgo, Psychonauts 2, No Man of God. Let's see, what's he got in the upcoming category? The Monkey, LA Rush, Among Us TV show, Green Voice. Well, alright. So that's how I find out there's an Among Us TV show in the works. Interesting. Among Us TV, let's go! Hi everybody! Just fashionably late replayed some levels of Crime Scene Cleaner. Nice. Nugget CEO from Smile Friends really was an exaggeration, huh? Nope. Absolutely not. Even after reading all the available chapters, listening to it again feels refreshing. Can't wait.
Well, I'm glad it can feel nice to listen to it again.
Totally not 4 years too late. These things, they take time, you see. Speaking of, would Cole beat up Wolfgang? I'm not the one to answer that. You'd have to get Jake in here. Retired without scandal, good end. Look at the whole cast, I beg of you. Oh boy. Oh fucking boy. Alright, let's see here. We've got Dan Stevens as blue, Patton Oswalt as white, Deborah Wilson as yellow, Wayne Knight as lime, Liv Hewson as black, Kimiko Glenn as cyan, Phil Lamar as brown, Ashley Johnson as purple, Elijah Wood as green, Randall Park as red, and Yvette Nicole Brown as orange. Storyline. Members of your crew have been replaced by an alien shapeshifter intent on causing confusion, sabotaging the ship, and killing everyone. Root out the imposter or fall victim to its murderous designs. TV-14. Runtime 49 minutes. Okay, sure. Phil Lamar is brown, yikes. Playing Fallout London mod while listening to this. That's another thing I need to take a look at. Didn't know Among Us was getting a TV show? No. Believe it or not, I don't keep my finger on the pulse of the Among Us fandom to figure out they have a TV show. I just spent today playing Abiotic Factory in Ravenfield. Saw that Abiotic Factory got an update. The Biotic Bros are eating pretty good, I think. I shouldn't be surprised, actually. I didn't even know the FNAF movie was real. Oh, that's true. You did say that was the case, didn't you? I watched that shit with my buddies when it dropped because I was like, guys, we have to watch the FNAF movie. It's like paying homage. I've yet to play Fallout London. Next gen updates bricked my game and haven't tried fixing it. Gotta love it when they just fucking destroy a game with an update, huh? Have played the Whispering Hills mod. Spooky won that mod. I think I know which one that is, but I'd have to look at it again. Yep, and here comes the Skibidi Toilet movie next. Fuck, that is in development, isn't it? Fuck it. I don't understand this world we live in anymore. How the fuck are you gonna make a girl whose last name brown, orange? You know how it is up there. Do you think Saul Goodman would be able to get Fang proven innocent? I think Saul would be able to talk him down from life. You have to play Infamous 1 and 2 if you know the Cole McGarth. You have PlayStation, you can get them for free if you have PlayStation Plus Premium. Man, I'm not about to fucking walk in and get a PlayStation subscription. Fuck that. I'm a PC bro nowadays. Did you personally catch up in the chamber? No. No, I'm only as far as I am in the readings, you see. All the readings are me reacting to them as we go as well. Don't forget that Skibidi movie is being directed by Michael Bay also. Oh yeah, that's true. Michael Bay is the one doing Skibidi Toilet. Did you see a lot of AAA games are getting a TV spot, including Dad of War Kratos and Sifu? Oh, yeah, there was a... What was it? The fucking... It was like some kind of anthology thing, right? I vaguely remember seeing something about that. Not sure what specifically it was all about, but it looked interesting, I suppose. 15 episode thing for Amazon. Right.
Trends, Humo, trends sell.
Yeah, until everybody sees how much of a fucking piece of shit what the trend was, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna, like, fucking walk away. The game I really want to make a comeback is Parappa the Rappa. You slammed your penis in the car door. That's the most Parappa the Rappa I've had exposure of. Probably get her on sanity plea at least. You hear something with that mod? That's what I'd believe. Ah yes, when will this fic be done? There are so many good fics out there. Ah boah. Ah boah. I mean, in terms of when will we be done with it, brother, we're at chapter 21. We have at least 10 more chapters to go. And it's taken us this long to get here. I would say it takes us about another fucking month and a half before we're caught up to where it is now. And they're not even done fucking updating it yet. Now, albeit, it has been just about a month since it's been updated. So there's a decent chance within a month and a half we'll be to where it is currently. In which case, we can do some other stuff. But that's also the case with Punch Drunk as well. We're getting caught up on Punch Drunk, and we'll be nearing the end of that soon enough. So we'll probably have to leave it up for a poll as to what we're going to be doing next in a not insignificant amount of time. I think I meant to say a short amount of time there, but I don't know what the fuck I said. Anyways, I also need to make a poll on the Discord, probably sometime tonight, with potential guest for next week's, well, this week, I guess, Creator Spotlight, so we know who we want to go with. Because there's been enough people recommended that we need to figure out and kind of like see who people want to hear from the most right now. That's always, of course, given that we can give them. So probably what we would do is have it so that we do the initial poll, and if we end up not being able to get in contact with them, we'll do like a follow-up poll or something. Or I'll just go based off of like who came in second on the poll, if it's that close. But we'll see. We in the worst timeline right now if we got Skibbity Toilet by Michael Bay and fucking Among Us TV show in the works. Why is this one so long? Because almost 400,000 words. Will that mean that Wani will get its own movie or TV show? You fucking wish, don't you? Should I play Parappa the Rappa 2? It's really good, and I personally think it's better music than the first. Throws it on top of the pile. None in the Chamber might be finished when Humo catches up. I mean, it all depends on how quick they come out, right? I'll pat your back when you finish editing this fic. Speaking of, what are you going to do about the Spanish? What do you mean what I'm going to do about the Spanish? What do you mean? I'm not going to do shit. I fucking butchered the Spanish, and that's just going to be in the readings. I'm not going to go back and fucking run that back. Umbra's still willing? I'd be down to get Umbra on. I know that Umbra did a interview with Oates over the weekend. I think it was yesterday, actually, earlier in the day when we were before we did Joe's. What was the estimated amount left to get to the end of none? I don't remember what was said. I want to say that somebody said there was gonna be 40 chapters. I could be fucking tripping, but given that we do like 2 chapters, we'll be conservative and say we do 2 chapters every other week. Actually, then I guess that would be 3 months then, huh? If it's every other week. Well, after we get done with Punch Drunk, we can focus on it, so I would say give it like 2 months and we'll probably be caught up, just at the rate I read. Pulled an all-nighter reading the chapters with the trial. You're gonna love it. I'm sure. Karma Chicken Baby's proven that they're a pretty damn good writer. Speaking of video game revivals, I'm really excited for Punch-Out Spirit's successor, Big Boy Boxing. I don't know if that's a bit or not. If it's not a bit, let's go. If nothing to something in the poll for the next fix, I'm gonna cry. Don't worry, there'll be a lot. Now whether or not it wins, that's another story. I think anthology game show is called Secret Level. Yeah, I think that was the case, yeah. Praying for a Tracy fic reading in the future. Once we get done, yeah. There will probably be some one-off type deals that I'd be willing to do. He's gonna read the Spanish, that's what he's gonna do. Unfortunately, yes. I'm going to quote-unquote read the Spanish. Yeah, Humo Apple cameo, go watch it. I had it like on the side while I was playing Tarkov with my brother, and like there was a couple moments I felt the need to chime in. The Apple was one of them because I'm like, damn it. Damn it. Warning, or working title, none in the chamber, full fic, warning, D- Spanish, half of the fucking vid. Still working on a good title. I'm not gonna fucking flame myself in the title. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. BBB. Imagine a snoot fic of them reading snoot fics. They become aware of their existence as characters in the fucking game. Panic attack ensues. Great game, you should play as Hi-Fi Rush. I heard that that one's pretty good. I'm just curious, are there any Snoot slash Wani horror mods? There's like one that I can recall. And even then it was like a, more of like a demo type deal. It wasn't fully out at the time, I don't believe. Why is there so many kids? Anon realizing that he's basically fucked everybody. Oh gee, mister. That's kind of crazy. Big Boy Boxing is a cartoony version of Punch-Out with multi-phase fights and an upgrade system. Huh. Interesting. Because Anon can't pull out of a driveway. Stanley Parable Madness intensifies. The claimer will be shitty Spanish reading, please don't bully me. No, I would never say please don't bully me, because that just invites people to bully you. I'd say shitty Spanish reading, if you have a problem with it, go fuck yourself. Do it yourself. Any updates on Project Wingman VR? I've been looking forward to it. As with most things, soon TM. Hopefully sooner than most soon TMs, though. I believe it was called Snoot in the Dark. That is one of the ones. I was thinking about the one with the plant. You remember the one that beams E1 into your brain? Imagine the support they'll have to pay. Anon's just gonna fucking disappear. He's gonna go work. He's gonna go to the military. I'm gonna meet a lot of characters and Prez. I heard that there's some pretty good characters in fucking Project Wingman. Reading soon, TM? Yeah, reading soon, TM. Let me eat a little bit more of this fucking egg. And then this last piece of toast, and then I'll fucking get reading. You'll like Prez? Flavio, what the fuck are you doing, brother? You've just been saying, like, fuck in the chat for, like, the past, like, 30 minutes. Cops banging on my door warned me that someone died next door. Be right back. Or be back in a bit. Alright, yeah, that's, that sounds like that takes, precedence. over listening to funny internet man read a fanfic. An egg. Well, this definitely was not just one egg. I'll tell you that. This is multiple eggs. Can't even post my weekly reminder anymore. Automod instantly executes me whenever it sees person did nothing wrong. Automod's been getting awfully shooty bang bang, huh? Screw it, do chapter 23 as well. I'm gonna be honest, probably not. Probably not gonna happen. When you said there's a plant in the mod, at first I thought you were implying there was a Little Shop of Horrors mod. I think it's supposed to be like adjacent to that. Maybe, I don't fucking know. I'm somehow immune to Automod. Some people are. I'll say Mia's innocent of crime she's been accused of, and now I can leave. And possibly the best Dino GF in the cast.
Officer, please, I need to listen to Mr. Sumi read Night in the Chain, but you must understand.
You'll want to do chapter 23 after you finish 22? I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm saying that I don't think I'll be able to. Because given how long these tend to run, I'd be looking at probably... We're gonna probably be like 3.5 hours in. And then if I want to read another chapter, that'd probably push it to 5. And I don't know. Were the eggs given to you by a mysterious man behind a tree? They were given to me by a mysterious man behind my door. That being my brother. So I think we're good. I wouldn't cook that egg because I feel like that egg's important, you see. Mia is a gorilla you'd love to be locked in with. Just turn the reading speed to 1.25. Dog, I only got a 1 times and a 0.5 times on my body. I'm sorry, that the 1.25, that don't exist. You gotta upgrade your streamer model to get that. Cop said that it sounded like someone next door died. I see. A bit different from claiming that someone did die, right? Oh boy, Artist's gonna start tweaking out in a minute here. He's already talking about getting used as a battering ram. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna finish this piece of toast, and then I'm gonna go fill up my water, and then when I get back, we can start reading. You guys take some time to get ready yourself. All right. Oh, I've got some food in my tummy. I've got some water in my can. It is time to get ready to roll. Let me pull up Dust Screen real quick. Display capture. Mute the music. There we go. We'll also flash up on screen real quick some of the art that Flip did for the infamous fic. So you got Cole there, and then you've got, I believe this is the cover art. Look at the gators. Double gator. Love me my gator. Alright. Oh. Do you like SCP Lab? Yeah. I played Secret Lab before. I liked that game. Which is why I was on the docket to play. Alright. Y'all have been waiting for about an hour 20. It's time to give you guys your chapters. So, plan for tonight is we'll try to get through 2 chapters here. Chapter 21, Chapter 22. Chapter 22 looked a bit intimidating lengthwise, but we'll see. We'll see how quick it goes through. Maybe it'll be a thing where the structure of how it's laid out will make it a little bit easier to get through, and it'll be about the same length as Chapter 21 reading-wise, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright. As always, everybody go ahead and get yourself nice and laid back. Grab yourself some water, whatever you need to chill out. We're going to be locked in here for about 2.5, 3 hours. But, time to get ready to get started. So, if you forgot where we were at the end of the last chapter, we were at Rose's birthday. We settled things with, I believe, Matthias it was. That way he doesn't think that Anon is a grapist. There's a couple other things that we did too. I think we visited Fang with Mom, and yeah. Oh, we got our court summons as well. That happened. So this is following up from that. At the very end of the chapter, Anon went on stage and played his what did he call it? Monochromatic Brilliance, I think it was. So, this is following up right off of that. So, here we go. Chapter 21. The Impending Storm. Storm cell. Definition. Convection in the form of a single updraft, downdraft, or updraft/downdraft couplet, typically seen as a vertical dome or tower in a towering cumulus cloud. A typical thunderstorm consists of several cells. Mondays. I fucking hate Mondays. They just suck in general. Even if they don't bring a catastrophe that tears apart the lives of yours and others. Well, this Monday sucks a bit less than its brethren, thanks to the virtue of it containing my therapy session. Those are always a welcome reprieve. Rosa got her subpoena on the same day as me. Mom gave it to her yesterday's evening, and after all the guests were gone, she read it very carefully. After she was done, she folded the letter, put it back inside the envelope, and looked at me intently, expecting me to say something. I had nothing to say to her. Everything was clear, and there was nothing for us to discuss. We're sitting on opposite sides of the breakfast table now. My usual spot beside her is occupied by Reed. He stayed to help with wrapping up the party and cleaning up, and to keep Rosa company. More of the latter than the former, I feel. Whenever she went by on Sunday, he kept freezing and stared at her if she was the 7th wonder of the world. While cute, didn't help with the cleanup, which Simone was quick to point out. Mom, of course, didn't let him sleep in her room, so he had to be content with the living room couch. He didn't mind, and it's a good thing he didn't. She snores loud enough to make windows rattle. The necklace he got her is quite beautiful. The chain at the base of the pendant are of rose gold. The main piece of the trinket, a pink diamond, was as big as a walnut. It's cut to resemble a blooming rose. I don't even want to think how expensive that was.
both the gem and its processing. It all probably cost more than a year's rent in Skin Row. So, I look around the table. Any plans for today, anyone? I'm going to school, Matthias says. From how absorbed he is with his phone, though, I don't think he'll do much learning. Nana, his younger sister, looks at him, then at me, and then shrugs. I shrug back, smirking. She smirks back and sticks out her tongue. I have to get ready for work. Raoul shoves the last bit of food in his mouth, gives his parents and his grandmother a polite nod, then gets up. See you all in the evening. He leaves. I'm going home today. Reed glances at me. I think I overstayed my welcome here a bit. He chuckles, but it sounds forced. He saw Rosa read her subpoena, what he expects to find in his mailbox obviously isn't a pleasant thought to him. Maybe he mainly stayed behind to delay the inevitable, but who knows?
Nonsense, Reed. You know our door is always open for you.
Larissa admonishes him in a light tone. Rosa looks up at me from her plate. She puts her snout in her palm and rests her elbow on the table, her eyes glued to my face. What's with that look? Is she gonna say, I told you so? I'm not gonna listen, she knows that.
When are you coming back from therapy?
She asks. Around noon, as always. I look at her. Why?
No reason.
Oh, here it comes. The stern talking about my feelings toward Lucy. We've already been through this, Rosa. Why do you persist? All right. Me and Simone finish our food and leave, after wishing the family a good day. Soon, we're speeding towards Volcadera. How are you holding up? I turn to him. What do you mean? I mean the trial. It'll begin soon. I grimace and turn away from him. I stare at the hills zooming by, brooding over the prospect of seeing Lucy, sentenced to life in prison. Would it change much from how things are now? Depends on what happens during the trial, I suppose. Even if things between me and Lucy would stay mostly the same, prison visits, phone calls, and all that, I also need to think of our daughter. I can't let the bureaucracy grind her down in its mills. I'll ask Reed if I can come over, and if he's not home by the time I'm back, I'll call him. I mean, it's still almost a month away. Wouldn't exactly call it soon. A month can go by very quickly, Simone muses. You won't even notice when it's behind you. My grimace intensifies. I'm not planning to sit with my thumb up my ass, doing nothing while time is ticking. I need to find a way to keep the daughter of mine and Lucy's close to me. She can't go to foster home. I won't fucking allow it. Doc Violet advised me about this nearly a month ago. What did I do? Absolutely fucking nothing. I was idling my days away, pissing the time away, wasting precious moments I could have used to find a way to help my daughter. Can you really call all that time you spent Doc gave you that advice wasted? Conscience speaks up. You made friends, hell, you found a home. That's nothing to sneeze at. Maybe you're right, Conscience, but still, so much time had passed. No point in despairing over the past, Conscience tells me. You can't do shit about it. Think of what you can do now and in the future, since you can do something about that. You're right. I'll call Reed as soon as I can. Thanks, me. You're welcome. We stop at the hospital. I hop out of the truck and go inside with Simone. Soon, I'm sitting on the familiar couch. Doc Violet clips a fresh sheet of paper onto the document pad. So, Anon. She clicks on the recorder and looks at me, clicking her pen. We had to call off our session last week, for which I sincerely apologize. What would you like to talk about today? Maybe about your week? My week? The week's been a rush of preparations for Rose's birthday. Nothing worth talking about. Well, yes, I met my dad's and mom's family. I don't think it's worth mentioning. Wait. Oh. Yeah. That event. Samantha's charge into the yard, her almost murdering me, her accusing me of something I was a victim of, and all the drama resulting from that. That is something worth discussing. I do wonder how Viola will react to that. One way to find out. Remember when we went to the FBI offices, Doc? She nods, her features hardening a little bit.
What? Did you suffer any long-term?
No. I lift my hand. It's something that happened after that. I sigh and swallow, gripping my knee with a soft sigh. Great. Hands are trembling. And here comes the buzzing. Oh, lovely. The broken mist sirens have decided to join the concert. Okay, calm down. If you just sit there, still and pale, frowning and staring at the wall like a lunatic, she'll think you've murdered someone or shit like that. The mother of my... I pause, my voice faltering. I clear my throat once, twice. The mother of my girlfriend came with an unexpected visit. Violet's frown deepens, her face darkening a tiny bit. She leans forward, the pen stopping its dance across the pad. She sits like this for a moment before I muster up enough will to continue. I close my eyes, swallow, grit my teeth, and open my eyes, looking her in hers, intent on getting this over with as quickly as possible. Like a band-aid. She accused me of raping her daughter. Those words hit Violet like a slap to the face. She turns pale, leans away from me with wide open eyes and a slack jaw, her pupils shrinking until they're near invisible. She lifts her hand to her mouth, dabbing the tip of her snout with the pen. I don't wait for her to recover, but tell her everything. She listens in silence, not taking notes or even moving. She just stares at me with wide open eyes until I'm done talking, which itself lasts about a quarter of an hour. I speak loudly and clearly. None of that mumbling, shy guy bullshit, no. I'm going to say it out loud and be done with it. And then I left him alone with his mother and grandmother. I crossed my arms. That's all. She's quiet for a long, long moment. Suddenly, as if snapping out of a trance, she blinks, shakes her head, blinks again, and looks down at the recorder. She reaches out to pause it, but she stays her hand and looks at me. I return the look with, I hope, some firmness. I can't show weakness, or she'll drag all this out for months. I don't want to drag this out. I've drawn it out long enough. What I want is advice, I think. Or just to get it off my chest and move on with my damn life. Violet leans against the backrest of her chair and takes off her glasses. She puts the dock pad down and runs her hand down her face, draping it over her snout. That girl, your girlfriend, she abused you? Her voice is tense. Very tense. She's on the verge of snapping. Tread carefully now, little man. Pick your words very, very carefully. She probably thinks you're lying, that you're the one who did this, like every single fucking person you've come across. I know how it all sounds, I say slowly. All evidence points in a completely opposite direction, and believe me, Doc. I clench my hand into a fist, my face scrunching up in pain and woe. I wish that was the case. Tears well up in my eyes. I put my fist to my brow and take a sharp, sharp breath, masking a sob. What the hell am I doing? Throwing her under the bus like that? It wasn't her fault. It was mine. Was it really? Shut the fuck up, Conscience. Shut the fuck up! Despite my inner turmoil, my mind screaming at me to be quiet, I keep talking. Violet keeps looking at me, her glasses in her hand, her other hand at her snout. She's completely still. I wish I could be the one to blame for all that happened. I look at her. My vision's misty and hazy. That way, Lucy wouldn't have to face the music, but... Fuck! I punch my knee with an angry snort, tears starting from my eyes. She starts, moves in her seat. Her arm twitches as if she wants to reach out, to comfort me somehow. But even though through the teary haze, I see her arm flexing. She's forcing herself to be still. Is it scientific curiosity? A desire to see how I'll behave? Or is it genuine compassion, and she wants me to let it all out? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares? I don't. I gave her the final push, Doc. It was me! Me! I slapped my chest with my palm, thrusting my head towards her. She should have killed me in that night in my apartment. I sit up straight, take a stiff breath, and steady myself. Maybe that way she would only spend a couple years in prison. I grit my teeth. Not her whole fucking life. As if realizing that I'm breaking down in front of her and she's doing nothing to stop it, she stirs. She moves, a tiny bit at first. There are tears glistening in her eyes. She's looking at me with shock and disbelief. She starts. She hastily wipes her eyes and puts her glasses back on. You... Her voice cracks. She clears her throat and speaks more firmly. You can't put all of the blame on yourself, Anon. I look her dead in the eyes and smirk crookedly. Why? If not for my bullshit, if not for my retarded, selfish, dickish behavior, none of this would have happened. She wouldn't have become a killer. She wouldn't try to take her own life. She wouldn't... Bite my tongue. Violet is silent for a long moment. You can't blame yourself for the choices of others, Anon. Great. The same fucking bullshit Rosa has been feeding me for the past 4 fucking months. I influenced her choices. I scream at her, standing up. It was me! I stab myself in the chest with my finger. Me. I grab my head and turn in place away from her. Why won't you people get it through your thick skulls already? First Rosa, then Reed, now you, Doc? Why won't you fucking understand? I wring my hands, my face going through a whole plethora of grimaces, ranging from pure lunacy to the gravest mortification. Her response is silence. I stand like this for a long moment, panting in anger, wringing my hands like a maniac. My breath is catching, I'm sweating, and yet I feel cold. I agree. I look at her over my shoulder. My expression must be pretty fucking scary since she starts a little. I must be looking like fucking Nosferatu, leering over my shoulder like that. I don't fucking give a shit. She shakes the initial shock off and continues, looking me in the eyes. You influenced her decision-making in a massive way. I turn to her slowly, a wave of relief washing over me, like a tide of lukewarm water. Finally, someone who fucking understands what I'm saying. But that one word stops me mid-turn. My face hardens again. She keeps her composure. But it was her who ultimately made her choices, taking advantage of you, picking up the gun, pulling the trigger, she enumerates, tapping on the palm of her hand with her finger. I spin to face her. She stares me down, cold like a queen. She wasn't in the right state of mind. I say those words in mock imitation of Doc Jones' voice. When she did it. Who caused it? Me. From what you've been telling me about her friends, her family, and the situation at her school,
At home and at the school, it's clear that this situation is much more complex than it seems.
She points at the couch with her hand.
Now, sit down.
She repeats the gesture while I keep standing.
Sit down, please.
I slowly lower myself into the seat. When my ass is firmly planted on it, she puts the document pad away and leans forward.
You weren't the only influence on her. Her friends, her family, her life situation, it all played a part in what happened.
She speaks more calmly now, her face slowly relaxing. Reads words from the fatal Saturday ring in my ears. I fucked up, you fucked up, Trish fucked up, Lucy's parents fucked up. No, this is bullshit. I grip my head again, leaning forward, my elbows on my knees. My face is rigid, contorted. I rock myself back and forth, staring at the floor with wide open eyes. Through the hum of blood in my head, I hear Violet speaking.
Those factors played a huge role in what had occurred.
She pauses for a moment.
Maybe even a bigger one than your actions.
I freeze. Is she trying to shift the blame away from me? What the fuck?
I am not shifting the blame, she replies to my mumbling. I'm trying to make you understand.
Understand what? I mumble. My face, my lips, they're so rigid that I can barely move them.
That while not completely blameless, your part is not nearly as big as you think.
She straightens up, her gaze glued to my face.
And that Lucy's choices were her own. She had a choice not to take advantage of you. She had a choice not to pick up the gun. She had a choice not to become a killer.
She had no choice. I bring my hands down on my knees, hitting them hard enough to make myself wince.
There's always a choice, Anon.
Violet keeps pressing on.
No matter how dire the circumstances, there is always a choice. Lucy could have chosen to resolve this situation differently, but she did not. You did not make that choice for her. She did it herself.
I turn my head away from her. I clench my eyes tightly, shut, and clench my fists. Bullshit. All of this is bullshit. You're all making Lucy out to be a fucking monster. I whisper, my voice trembling. Some crazed, bloodthirsty, ruthless demon. I grind my teeth. She is not that. I clench my fists more and more until my fingers start hurting. She is not that. I shake my head slowly. She's not a goddamn fucking monster.
She is not.
I don't turn my head to her, nor do I open my eyes. My good doctor will now feed me more bullshit, I'm sure.
She is a person who made terrible mistakes, but she's still a person,
Violet continues.
A living, breathing, feeling person. She is not a monster, but she had a choice.
She puts a very strong emphasis on the last three words.
She made the decision that led her down this path.
No. I will not listen to her talk shit about Lucy. Not her, not Rosa, not Reed, no one. I want to end the session. I tell her. Now. Immediately. She's silent for a long moment. I open my eyes and turn my head to her, opening my mouth. The shout dies on my lips. There are tears in her eyes again. That paired with compassion in her eyes, so much warmth and kindness checks my anger. Why couldn't it all have gone differently, Doc? I mutter, covering my eyes with my hands. Why did she do it? Was it desperation? Hate? What was it? What was it? Punch my knee.
I don't know,
she replies after a moment.
I would need to talk to Lucy herself to get to know the details, but from what you've told me about her, it may have been both of those things.
I grimace, then press my lips together until they form a thin white line. I shift my gaze from her face to the floor, lower my head, sighing softly and slowly.
She must have felt that she had been hounded into a corner.
Violet pauses, seeing me stir. When I say nothing, she continues.
That everyone she knew and cared about turned against her. Her friends, her family.
She pauses again.
You.
A sniffle escapes me. Great. I'm crying again. I angrily wipe my face, inhaling sharply to trap in a sob. I grope for the tissues on the table. I grab the box and rip out a handful, then toss it back onto the table. As Violet continues to speak, sobs come on more and more frequently, with more and more slipping past my lips.
You can't assume responsibility for her actions. Yes, you influenced her, but in the end, her actions are her own.
Violet reaches out and touches my hand, which is resting on my knee.
It is not your blame to bear, Anon.
I start to cry. Not very loudly, stifled sniffles struggling to come out. I cry and cry and cry and cry. For how long? I have no idea. All I know is that she holds my hand throughout, and after I calm down and compose myself enough to look at her, I feel better. Lighter. Like when I told her about everything related to prom and its aftermath. Can we end this session now? I ask her, wiping my eyes with the tissue. She nods.
Yes.
She lets go of my hand and shuts the recorder off.
Thank you, Anon, for not bottling up your emotions.
I try to grin, but only manage a crooked smile. I'm sorry for going off on you like that, Doc. She raises her hands.
No, don't apologize. Remember what I told you while you were in the ward. It's important to let your emotions flow when they get overbearing, or it'll hurt you much more in the long run.
Not in every situation, I think.
Of course, she nods. There is a time and place for everything.
She looks at the clock, then back at me.
I hope to see you here next week, Anon.
I nod and stand up. You know it, Doc.
I'm glad to hear it, she nods. I'll call a nurse.
She gets up and goes over to her desk.
She'll take you to the lobby.
She picks up the receiver of her desk phone. I sit back down until the nurse arrives. Then, I leave the office with her and go head over to the lobby. After picking up my phone from the nurse station, I punch in the number and put it to my ear. 1 beep, 2 beeps, 3 beeps. Hey, bro, what's up? Hey, Reed. I thank the nurse and sit down in the lobby. Listen, are you still on the farm? A moment of silence. Someone in the background. Rosa. She's too quiet for me to catch what she says. Anon. No, he's fine. Reed tells her and then speaks to me. I'm about to head home. Why? I have a favor to ask. I rubbed the small of my neck. Well, a favor to ask your dad. You need law advice? I'm not even surprised. Well, Scott is a lawyer, so it's a reasonable assumption. Yes. Can I come over today? He's quiet for a moment. Sure. I'll ask Dad if he can find a moment for you. He turns from the phone to listen to Rosa. He snorts and says something I can't quite catch. Rosa said she'll call her dad. I'll come over to the hospital and head over to my place. Sound good? Yeah. Then we're all set. See you soon, dude. I put the phone down and sit myself more comfortably in the chair. For a moment, I want to pick it up and peruse the photos and videos of me and Lucy, but something stops me. An impulse of some sort. It stays my hand and dispels the want. I sit and think. All the things Violet told me stir and swirl and turn in my head. The machinery that allows me to think chugging along to process it. And first, the swirling is very akin to the very familiar whirlwind of confusion I'm so very fucking susceptible to lately. I close my eyes and grip the armrest, grimacing softly. Gradually, though, it all slows down. My thoughts stop racing like a bunch of Indy 500 cars, and I'm able to collect myself and think. Is Violet right? Is Reed right? Is Stella right? I can't just abscond myself from responsibility for Lucy's actions. I am responsible for them. I influenced her. We all did. Reed's words ring in my head. Maybe Violet is right. Maybe... No. I made her pick up the gun and start killing. Well, me and the others. Fucking hell. We may as well have grabbed the gun as a group and started playing hot potato with it, with a side of murder. They call it a team effort. I scoff. I don't think your parents would approve of that kind of team effort, Reed. Especially your dad. But maybe there's a sliver of good to be found in this whole situation. Maybe if the court takes into account what happened with Lucy prior to the shooting, she won't be sent to prison, but to a psychiatric hospital. That's rich. She killed 8 people, one of which she had an intent to murder at least. She said she doesn't remember anything after that, so maybe that could be used as a defense. Some kind of insanity defense or some shit. I don't know. I'm not a fucking lawyer. Enough, I tell myself. Don't think about that right now. Think about your daughter. How to help her. How can I help her? Adoption, of course. Maybe there's a way to intercept her before she's sent to a foster home. Or apply for custody over her as soon as she's born. Wonder if Lucy will have to give her consent, or if our baby will be sent to an orphanage at once. I sure as fuck hope not. She must tell the doctors at prison that I'm the father. Maybe there's a way to do some law chicanery to move our daughter with me into Rose's home, with her parents as caretakers. Really hope Scott does give me some advice. Sure, he's a different kind of lawyer than what I'm looking for, but any advice, any pointers about what I can do, I will welcome it with open arms. This train of thought stops, having reached its final stop at last. Another one stirs and starts chugging along, belching steam and black smoke, picking up speed with each passing moment. This one's labeled with Lucy's name. Someone touches my shoulder. I jump, my hand jolts back, I look up, and it's Reed. "You okay, bro?" he asks. I was just... I grimace. I was just thinking about what my doctor said. I get up. Let's go. He gives me a prolonged look. Then he nods and we head out. About an hour later, we're at his place. He's talking to his dad about my request. I am, meanwhile, sitting at the living room table with a cup of tea. Linda sits with me, looking very concerned and understanding. She doesn't know about the child. Of course she doesn't. Why would she have to know? At least that's what I think. The look in her eyes is more knowledgeable than I'm comfortable admitting. But I don't voice my concerns and just sip my leaf juice. No sugar. I hate tea without sugar. It's too damn bitter. Fits my mood, I guess. "Hey, Anon. Dad agreed to talk to you." I turn my head. He's standing by the open door, on the left of the corridor. Behind him, I can see Scott, sitting at his desk with a very grave face. "Alright." I get up. "Thanks for the tea, Miss Card." She nods and continues lapping from her cup. I head into Scott's office. Reed closes the door behind me. Scott points at the chair in front of him, and I go over to sit down. The office is larger than the outside suggests. The walls are painted a calming shade of gray. There's a red carpet on the floor. On the left, there's a large window, the sunlight forming a large spot where I'm sitting. Behind Scott's desk, there are shelves upon shelves filled with all sorts of law-related volumes. His law degree has a shelf all for itself. Medical degree sits next to it. Huh. Hi, Anon. Scott puts the tips of his fingers together, studying me with great solemnity.
Reed told me that you need law advice.
Yes. I nod.
Well?
He leans back in his chair, keeping his hands as they were.
Let's hear it. No need to be brief.
He quickly adds.
I do have a client today, but he won't be here till the evening, so...
He nods at me with his head.
Take your time. Tell me the details.
I tell him. About Fang's pregnancy, and my doubts about getting custody over a child. I don't say too much about these doubts, only the things I think are necessary. Dry facts and my own conclusions. He listens to me, silent and attentive. After I'm done, he leans back in his chair. An expression of deep contemplation lingers on his face as he murmurs to himself, tapping the tip of his snout with the bridge he made of his fingers. I sit, unsure as to what to expect and nervous about what he may say. Will he refuse? Will he say he cannot help me? I try not to stare, but I can't help it. I need help. I'm sorry to say this is not exactly my area of expertise. He finally turns his eyes to me. I try my best not to scowl. Fucking course. Life keeps throwing me curveballs like a fucking pitching machine. But, Scott continues, I do know someone who could help you. He opens the drawer of his desk, and after a short rummage through, he pulls out a business card. Call this number. Tell them I've sent you. I take the business card. Susan Friedman, attorney at law. I glance at him. Is she a friend of yours or something? He chuckles. Yes and no. He rests his elbows on the desk. She sends clients my way, and I do the same for her. I sent her a very high profile one recently, and she owes me for it. He nods at the business card. Tell her that I'm collecting the favor for the Altons case. She'll know what I mean. Okay. I pocket the card and get up. Thank you, Mr. Card. He nods and picks up a folder that's been lying on his desk this whole time. I should be thanking you, he tells me. You are, without a doubt, the best friend my son ever had. You prevented him from going down a very dark path, and that makes you my debtor. He opens the file. Now leave, please. I have work to do. He starts perusing the documents inside. I leave his office and close the door as quietly as I can. I stay still for a moment with my hand on the doorknob, thinking about what he just said. You are the best friend my son ever had. I smirk. Guess I am. Letting go of the doorknob and turning, I see Reed and his mom sitting by the table together. They're talking in hushed voices, while Orson sits on the opposite end, his snout in his phone. Weird. Shouldn't that kid be at school right now? Or be homeschooled right now? I don't know how rich people do this kind of shit. Reed notices me. Oh, hey, dude. He turns to me. You're done already? Yeah. I finger the business card in my pocket. I think I should be going now. I make a move for the door. There's a lot of work to do on the farm. You know how it is. He gets up and stands in my way. Linda's looking at me with even more knowing look than before. She's tilting her head a little, her hair spilling out of her headband. She looks like she's on the brink of saying something. She even opens her mouth a little, but her son's voice stops her and stays her words. Nah, come on, dude. You just came over. Reed nods towards his room. Let's hang out a bit while you're here. I weigh the options in my head. Simone knows that I'm busy with a lawyer. Usually such things take much longer than the conversation between me and Scott, I think. I guess I have some time to spare before he comes knocking. And I don't feel like doing farm work at the moment, if I'm gonna be honest. Sure. We head over to his room and plant ourselves on the couch. Looking around, I noticed a picture of Rosen himself on his desk, taken in a park. They're both smiling and waving to the camera. Reed boots up the console. He lets me pick the game this time. Call of Duty Iron Age Warfare it is, then. As the opening cinematics play, Reed turns to me. So, how you holding on, dude? He rubs the back of his neck. And that submarine must have been quite a shocker, huh? I grimace and focus on mowing down tactical dinos for a minute or two before pausing the game and turning to him. Not as much as I expected, I tell him. Then unpause the game and continue my shooting spree. Good thing it's not that airport mission or I'd shit and piss myself. That would hit way too close to home. Reed doesn't say anything, but from what I can catch out of the corner of my eye, he's clearly surprised by my statement. Not taking my eyes off the screen, I tell him what I told Stella, about how it was all bound to happen and all that shit. He seems to understand, and even nods a little. What about you? I ask him. Did you get your letter? Mm-hmm. He swings his arm towards his desk. There's an envelope laying there. It's so weird. I thought this would never happen. I glance at him. He sulks, saddens, and nods. Then he suddenly smirks, very crookedly. I pause the game again and look at him proper. He's sitting with his arms crossed on his chest, legs stretched out, his back resting against the back of the couch. His eyes glint bitterly, and then his knee starts bouncing. Up and down, up and down. As it continues this unsettling dance, the bitterness in his look intensifies. He isn't looking at me. His eyes are glued to the TV, but the look is still quite unpleasant. Just as suddenly as he smirked, he turns his head to me. It's so sudden, in fact, that I shift away from him, expecting him to bite me or choke me or something. The buzzing in my head kicks in. My hands tremble, gripping the controller tight. That knee-jerk ain't a good sign. How far is it to the door? Maybe I'll be able to reach it before he reaches me. I never told you how I ended up in rehab, did I? The sadness in his voice and the sudden shift of look in his eyes, from bitterness to sadness and shame, checks my fear. He's not pissed off at me, he's pissed off at himself. Calm down, little man. Deep, calming breaths. No. I put down the controller. He sighs and turns from me. He rests his snout in his palm and his elbow on his thigh. Bent like this, without looking at me, he starts talking in a low, dejected tone. It was shortly after they put you in the psychiatric ward, he begins. I've been hanging out here, in my room, when Rosa called me. A small smile brightens up his face, but quickly falters and melts into a grimace of shame. We talked about random shit for a little, and then... He closes his eyes. With a sigh, he clenches his vacant hand into a tight fist. So tight, in fact, that I can see his claws digging into his palm. He tenses up in pain, but doesn't even peep. I say nothing. Let him get this off his chest. And she told me that you and Trish were talking to one another. Like friends. He opens his eyes. There's even more bitterness and shame in them than before. He pauses again, his knee beginning to dance once more. He grabs it and holds onto it until it stops, which takes a while. With a soft exhale, he continues. I got mad. I ended the call and started playing the game to get my mind off you and her and just making up. He swallows, grips his knee, and sighs again, which almost sounds like an angry growl. It's absolutely fucking bone-chilling. It's much worse than the one I heard him do on the stairs ages ago. Low, throaty, bassy. The intensity itself makes the couch vibrate slightly. And yet, it's but a pale shadow of what he felt at that moment. Good thing I was in the loony bin back then, or I'd be a pile of mincemeat right now. He punches his knee. I gripped the controller and, well, I twisted it apart. But it wasn't enough. I was so fucking angry. I haven't been that pissed off in years. I wanted to call you to tell you that I wanted to fucking kill you, dude. Tear you to shreds, slaughter you. I stay silent. Let him speak. He shudders. I called my Carfay dealer. I open my mouth. He shifts, shuffles away from me. I reach out to him, but he leans away and turns his face from me. His voice becomes a whisper, quick and heated. I should have deleted his number, but I didn't. I don't know why. Just don't ask me. I called him and we met up. I went back home. He shudders again, his voice breaking up. I couldn't stop myself. I took it. He twitches, smacking his thigh repeatedly. I took it. I fucking took it. I sit there, hesitating. It only lasts a moment. I get up, come up to Reed and sit right next to him. He starts shuddering, speaking in a trembling, hushed voice ringing of shame and self-loathing. I promised myself I wouldn't do it, and I did it. He turns his head up to me. I force myself not to grimace. There's so much embarrassment in his eyes. You know what? Felt good. Really fucking good. How could I have been so fucking weak? He wrings his hands. If Mom didn't come back and check in on me, it would have taken more. Who the fuck knows, I would have probably overdosed and died. Like a slimy, drugged up cockroach I was. His voice falters and he falls silent. I hold him close, saying nothing, just being there. But he wants me to say something. To reassure him that shit'll be alright. You lost control, I tell him. It happens. I pat his back. Don't blame yourself for it. Who the fuck should I blame then? He grumbles. You didn't put that stuff in my hand, dude. I blink. She had a choice. Don't think about it right now. Focus. What I meant is that you shouldn't beat yourself up so hard. I explain. Everyone has a moment of weakness now and again, and you've been through a lot. You're stronger than most people. Hell, I don't even compare to you. He chuckles and smiles. You don't give yourself enough credit, dude. You're much stronger than you think. I smirk. Philippe told me the same thing. Who knows? Maybe he and Reed are right. You think? He nods, his smile widening a bit. Yeah, I think. He sits up straight and pats my shoulder. You are strong. With each word, his clawed finger gently jabs me on the chest. I somehow manage not to wince, although I can't help but tense up with each sharp stipulation of his point. He doesn't notice. He lets me go in sighs, the momentary light of his face faltering. The shame, pain, and self-loathing return. Before they can grow into something unmanageable, I grab his arms and look him in the face. It was a single slip-up, dude. I tell him. A single slip after being clean for a long while. I put on a reassuring smile. You've gone clean. You won't make the same mistake again, Reed. A crooked smirk springs up on his face, but with it, a light of hope peers deep in his eyes. That's it, Reed. Stop being mopey. You're better than this. You helped me, now I'll help you. You think? I know it. I grin. Your family, Rosa, Stella, they know it too. Pat his back. Don't ever think otherwise. He gives a short chuckle. Then another. He takes a deep breath, leans forward, and presses his forehead against mine, grabbing my nape. He looks me in the eyes, and as we stay like this for a moment, there's a silent question in his eyes, one which I understand immediately. I nod. Our gazes linked. He lets go, leans away, takes another deep breath, and straightens out, as if a great weight was lifted off him. His smile widens, gives another short laugh, and finally rests against the backrest, crossing his arms behind his head. And to think that, he chuckles, and to think that I was ready to drop you as a friend that day on the beach. He looks at me. You changed, bro. Very much for the better. Thanks, Reed. I grab the controller and resume the game. I can say the same for you. Very much so. We spend some time taking turns in the game. We get so lost in it that I almost miss a call from Simone. From Dad. Fuck, it'll take me a good while to get used to calling him that. Hello? I gesture at Reed to pause the game. Hola, Anna. Simone sounds a bit worried. Are you done with Reed's father? Yes, I answer. Yeah, we just finished talking. I get up. Did something happen? No, but there's someone who wants to talk to you. Who? Mo. The shock and surprise this news brings grips me with tongs of coldness. For a moment, I'm frozen to the floor, unable to say or do anything. Mo? What the hell is he doing on the farm? What the hell does he want from me? Then I realize something that zaps away both the shock and fear. Simone wouldn't let Mo do anything to me. Who knows, maybe that old Italian fart got some sense into his huge head. I hesitate. Alright. Simone's silent for a moment. Should I come and pick you up? No, I'll come by bus, Dad, don't worry. The silence on the other side drags on for a very long moment. It's almost enough for me to ask if he's still there, but he speaks up before I can. Alright, come back safely. The note of warmth in his voice is unexpected, but not unwelcome. It's enough to make me feel a bit giddy, in a nice way. Alright, Dad. See you soon. See you soon, Manon. He hangs up. I need to get going, Reed. I pocket my phone. Someone will be pissed if I don't get home soon. I grimace. The prospect of having to face down Mo again ain't pleasant, but I won't be doing that alone. Besides, Simone didn't let Mo near me last time we met. This time will be different. Is something wrong? No, I'm good, Reed. I raise my hand. See you later. I leave his room. Wishes his mom and brother a good day, then exit the apartment and head down the staircase. A couple of minutes later, I'm sitting on the bus, headed for Volcadero outskirts. What could Mo want? Something tells me it has something to do with Samantha. The news of what happened between me and Lucy was very obviously a huge shock to her. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think that she'd share them with Mo. He would not believe her at first, of course, he wouldn't. But who knows? Maybe he called Simone, maybe they had the long talk. Maybe Mo learned the whole truth and now wants to talk to me about everything. I hope he doesn't want to tear my fucking head off. One way to find out. I get off at the last bus stop around an hour and a half later. I thank the driver and start my march home. I put my hands into my pockets and look up into the clear September sky. Let my mind wander. Will he blame me for everything? Will he throw accusations? What changed since we've seen each other the last time? I shudder, closing my eyes and slowing down. struck by the memory of his face twisted into a terrifying mask of fury. And that growl. Oh my fucking god, that growl. Still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. My legs start feeling heavier the closer I get to the farm gate. At one point, I need to start to force them to move, which takes a surprising amount of effort on my part. Along with the increase of weight on my limbs, the volume and intensity of alarms grows. When I reach the gate, it's a deafening cacophony. When I start down the dirt road leading into the yard, they're loud enough to drown out my thoughts. As soon as my eyes land on a full-size black sedan I do not recognize, my stomach clenches as if after a gut punch. But I press on. I reach the porch, and without any fanfare for my efforts, I head inside. In the hall, I see Sophia, patching up the pants of one of Rose's siblings. She gives me a courteous nod, which I return. She points at the living room door with her needle. I enter after a moment's hesitation. Even knowing what to expect, the sight of Mo sitting on the couch with his arms crossed is almost enough for me to stumble, turn on my heel, and run the fuck out of there, screaming for my dear life. Almost. Hey, Mo. I greet him formally. Hey, Simone. I say more casually. Simone nods from his chair, then points towards the couch. I choose to keep standing instead. He gives me a very long look, but doesn't comment on my disobedience. Shut the door, he orders. I do as I'm told, then return to my former spot. We look at one another. 2 dinos and 1 human. A tense silence falls on the room, during which I have to endure the very inquisitive and very non-threatening look from Mo. Is he waiting for me to say something? What does he want me to say? Does he want me to apologize or some shit? Simone breaks the silence. Mo, he turns to him. You said you want to speak with Anon. Here he is. The T-Rex stays quiet for a brief moment, then looks me in the eyes. How are you, kid? I return his look. Again, just like the last time we met, his eyes are fully opened. Instead of blind rage bubbling and seething inside them, I see calm. A bit of shame. There's also something else, not quite in his eyes, but in his face. The way he draws his lips back. It's almost like a bitter smirk. His brows are drawn. I'm good. It's been a while since I clenched my fists, remembering how our last meeting went. Feeling Simone's worried gaze on me, I quickly unfurl it and cough to relax my throat. Don't go squeaking like a mouse now. Since we last talked, my someone managed a friendly smile. Extend the olive branch. How are you, Mo? I've been better, he sighs, his lips no longer drawn. I visited Samantha at the hospital. She told me all there is. I want to, but I cannot stop myself from turning away from both of them for a brief moment. A slight shiver runs down my spine. God. That was such a fucked up situation. It seemed to have happened ages ago, but no. It's been a little over a week since then. He raped my daughter. I close my eyes, my fist closing on its own. Okay, little man, breathe. Don't break down now. Ignore the buzzing, ignore the alarms, ignore the echo of shame. Ignore all those intrusive thoughts that stuck with you since Samantha made that proclamation. Take a deep breath. Turn back to Dad and Mo. Continue the conversation like a normal fucking person. I turn back to them. Simone looks alarmed. He stirs in his chair, intending to rise. A slight shake of my head stops him, but he can't extinguish the worry on his face. So, you know. About what I did? I turn to Mo. He nods, looks away for a second, then looks back at me. And I know what Lucy did. He sighs heavily, which sounds like an engine of a muscle car in idle gear. I didn't believe her at first. I'll be honest with you. He pauses. But I talked with Reed and with Trish. Reconfirmed what Samantha had told me. There's a prolonged moment of silence between us. He, seeing that I'm not going to say anything to that, scratches his snout and sighs again. I wanted to apologize for treating you so harshly the last time we met. There's nothing to apologize for. There is. He cuts me off. You're going through a rough time, and from what Simone told me. He trails off for a moment, glancing at the one mentioned. I inflamed you's condition that day. I apologize. I still look at Simone. He's not looking at me, but at Mo, his brows furrowed, one of his hands gripping its armrest ever so slightly. While the memory of that day scares the fuck out of me, pisses him the fuck off. We're all going through a rough time. I turn back to Mo. He shakes his head. It's different with you, kid. He points at me with his tiny hand. First Ripley, the guy who I've been friend for years, does such a... He clenches his hand into a tight fist. Such a thing to you. I nod. No arguing with that. Then I, like a dimwit, attack you without knowing the whole case. His hands fall. I apologize. I don't know much about him. He's an old guy. Wouldn't give you the time of the day, Nazar told me ages ago before everything fucked itself. Must have been pretty damn hard for him, coming to terms with his fuck up, especially of such magnitude. Well, some good came of it in the end. Me getting appropriate treatment being one of them. Still was a terrible fucking situation. I walk around the coffee table and extend my hand. I accept your apology. He shakes my hand. It's a firm, very firm handshake. Makes my shoulder hurt. Damn dino strength. Thanks, kid. He lets go of me. Now, tell me, how is she? I sit down next to him. Lucy? I think for a moment. She's well as she can be, given the current situation. And the kid? She's doing good as well. I can't help but smile, recalling how I felt my daughter's movements. She's strong, like her mother. He nods, relaxing a tad. Good. He squeezes my shoulder. Glad that you stuck with Lucy, despite everything. Simone stirs. From how hard he's looking at Mo, his opinion on the matter is a polar opposite. While it should piss me off, like it does when Rosa or Stella voice their displeasure with the turn of events, in his case I feel nothing. As in, no anger. But I don't feel happy about it either. He's my dad. Of course he's fucking worried about my relationship with Lucy will turn out, given all that's happened. Still, I will not throw her to the wolves. I need to take responsibility. I'm doing my best, I assure Mo. He nods with a very solemn expression. I know. Simone and Marisa told me how hard you was trying. So did Reed. He pats my back with his tiny hand. There's a moment of silence between us. I break it with the question that's been rattling around in my head since Simone told me about our unexpected guest. Why are you here, Mo? Just to talk to me? He shakes his head and nods towards the door. Naz is... He pauses, seeing me freeze. It's Samantha's guy, you see. Me and my friend came to throw it back to where it belongs. His eyes shift to Simone. About the window. I'll pay for it. Mo lifts his arm, shaking his head. No. He stands up. Yous did what you has to. He sighs and scratches his snout. Well, I need to be going. Sees you on Thursday. I frown, but then remember. Thursday. We're doing supply runs on that day of the week. Good day, Mo. Simone gets out of his armchair and leaves with Mo. I go to my room, lie on my back with my hands behind my head, and start pondering just how little time is left until Lucy's trial begins. So much to do. So little time. In the evening, I called Susan. We set up a meeting the very next day, in the afternoon. She turns out to be a human. I should be surprised, but seeing another spirit chakra in position power isn't exactly that big of a deal the second time. What's important to me is that she's very to-the-point, no-nonsense person, which, if I'm to be perfectly honest, I welcome with open arms. I will need every ounce of helpful level-headedness if snatching my daughter out of the jaws of bureaucracy is to be a success. Her office is large, very spacious, very open, grand as hell, with large windows on 3 out of 4 walls. The panorama of Volcadera behind her is absolutely stunning. Perks of having an office on the 13th floor, or the 30th floor. I tell her all the details of the case. She listens to me attentively. After I'm done, she turns her chair away from me, towards the vista of the city. From the few murmurs I manage to catch, she's thinking really damn hard. I picture her face, scrunched up as she turns my case in her head. Her turning the chair back around is so sudden and quick that I can't help but give a bit of a start. She snorts, twines her fingers together, and leans forward, resting her elbows on the desk, and her chin on the back of her fingers. She gives me an extremely scrutinizing look.
The mother being in prison should actually streamline the whole process, you know?
She begins. I frown. How so?
Easy.
She lies back in her chair with the look of an old, wise woman explaining something to a toddler.
The child will be placed in your custody after birth. Mothers who give birth in prisons get around 24 hours with the child before that.
I hesitate to tell her about my own issues, but only for a moment. She knows how much harder it would make everything. I swallow, clear my throat, and speak up clearly. I'm suffering from PTSD, and I'm undergoing treatment. How does that complicate things? She frowns, untwines her fingers, twines them again, and gives me a prolonged, scrutinizing look.
Are you avoiding treatment?
No. I shake my head.
Are you making progress in your treatment?
My doctor says so. She relaxes and nods.
Splendid. If you'd either avoided or weren't making much progress in your treatment, it would make things very hard for you. If there was someone to contest your custody rights.
She pauses and scrutinizes me again from under furrowed brows.
Is there anyone you can think that could attempt that?
Well, there's Mo, but he told me to fucking help me. Playing tug-of-war with my kid clearly isn't that. There's also Ripley. But Samantha's out of the question, of course. I tell her all this. She listens and nods along.
I see.
She nods deeply.
Now, with her husband being a felon,
she leans forward and speaks in a confidential tone,
which, if I may add, is one hell of a fall from grace.
It's very much deserved. I clench my fist but quickly unfurl it. Won't say anything more. She shrugs.
And I don't care how that happened. What matters is that he won't be able to interfere.
She rests back in her chair with a lofty air.
If he gets into his head that he may have a chance here,
she smirks coldly,
he's in for a nasty surprise.
Not spurking along with her takes a fuck ton of self-control. While Ripley being denied something incredibly dear to me, really is a pleasant thought. I don't want to allow myself to be a cold bastard like him.
I assume that you can offer adequate living conditions? Are you financially stable?
I explain the situation between me and the Gonzalez to her. She listens carefully.
I see, she nods. I don't think there should be any issues in this case, but...
She leans forward.
You can never be too sure. Would you consider another consultation with either Mr. or Miss Kazala accompanying you?
I rub my chin and nod with a murmur. Good idea. Better safe than sorry and all that shit. All right. I nod. How much would it cost? She narrows her eyes a little.
$800 per hour.
Holy shit. 8 Benjamins for an hour of yapping back and forth. God damn, I should be a lawyer. Sure, I'm a dumbass, but I have a knack for rules and directions and shit. Having to dodge bullets and bombs is a very nice bonus. Alright, deal. I tell her. When?
This Friday, if you'd be so inclined.
She opens the laptop sitting on her desk.
Let's say 3 in the afternoon.
She glances over at me.
The price may seem steep for you, but believe me, I'm giving you a discount.
Whatever helps you sleep at night. Alright. 3 in the afternoon on Friday. I nod. She writes it down and shuts the laptop.
Splendid.
She turns to me.
I'll see you on Friday then.
I get up, wish her a good day, and leave the office. Heading home, I call Dad and ask him for a moment to spare talk. He agrees, and when I arrive, he takes me to his and Mom's bedroom. It's a large, bright room, easily one of the biggest in the house. From what I remember Sophia telling me, it used to be the bedroom of hers and her husband's. What did you want to talk about then, Mom? I fidget, but only for a moment. Man the fuck up, it's about your daughter. Besides, you'll work it all off. You see, I tell him about the meeting with Susan and my plan to meet with her on Friday. He listens in silence. After I'm done, he crosses his arms. And do you suppose that I will pay for all this? A pang of anxiety pricks me. I ignore it and, looking him in the eyes, I nod. Then you're supposing correctly. He unfurls his arms and puts his hand on my shoulder. I can't help myself. I smile, and with tears in my eyes, put my arms around him. Thank you, Dad. I say in a low voice. Thank you. Thank you. He freezes and tenses up with his arms raised. That only lasts a moment, though. He wraps his arms around me in a fatherly embrace. We stay like this for a moment. Then we separate. I'll work it off, I promise. We'll worry about that later. He shakes his head. Focus on what's important right now. The next day, Lucy calls me. I tell her what I've been doing, to which she doesn't object too much.
You will visit with me with her, right?
She demands. The promise isn't hard to make. Hell, I'd do it happily. She's the mother of my child. Of course she has the right to see them. The days start going by fast. Much too quickly for my comfort. My hearings at the FBI offices get much more frequent. So frequent, in fact, Violet is unable to accompany me to most of them. I don't really mind that. Can't hang from somebody's skirts all my fucking life. And Violet's absence is a great opportunity to put what I've learned during therapy into practice. I manage well enough. I answer all the questions without bursting into tears or flying into a fit, so that's good. Me and Simone meet with Susan. She interviews him, asking about the details of the arrangement between me and them, about me specifically, if I'm violent, am I a good fit for a father, and about other things. Simone speaks very favorably of me, which satisfies both her and me. She proposes her services with the custody formalities, which he accepts. She asks us to leave everything to her and assures us that when the time comes, everything will go like clockwork. So, we leave her to it and busy ourselves with the daily routine. Farm work, my therapy, supply runs and such. Sometimes my routine is interjected with a visit at the prison, where I tell Lucy about the progress with the custody papers. We also discuss how we should name our daughter. After much deliberation, both in person and on the phone, we settle on a name. Amber. It's the late evening of the last day of September. It's warm. The sky is almost clear, with a couple tattered clouds moving across in the gentle breeze. The droning, near rattling song of the cicadas is almost enough to drown out the rustling of leaves coming from the orchard, and my own thoughts. I'm laying on the porch alone, gazing at the stars above, my arms crossed behind my head. I wonder, will Lucy end up in prison? Will she end up in a psychiatric hospital? What'll become of her? How will she take the news of Nazar's death? Nobody told her so far. Or maybe someone did. She knows that she killed more people than just Naomi. I closed my eyes with a shudder. Simone was right. September went by so fast that I didn't even notice when its end came. And I hadn't gotten my goddamn tarot card reading from Stella yet. Guess I'll remind her at court tomorrow. I opened my eyes. The stars twinkle and wink, indifferent to the goings-on below, no matter how dramatic or life-altering those goings-on may be to ones observing their dwelling place. Footsteps from inside the house. It's Rosa, in her pajamas. She looks down, wordlessly asking if she can sit with me. I nod and scoot to the side. She sits down and, putting her arms around her legs, she lifts her head. We sit in silence for a bit, neither moving nor speaking. The house is silent and dark. Everyone had gone to bed about an hour ago.
I love the night sky, you know.
Rosa smiles.
It's so
peaceful. I finish for her. She nods. I look at her. Her eyes are glued to the sky. She's absolutely fascinated, completely fucking smitten by its beauty. The view is quite nice. You know, turn my eyes back to the stars. I wish I could be like the stars. She looks down at me with a curious look on her face, her head tilted to the side.
peaceful.
I shake my head. Cold, I explain. Distant. Uncaring. That way I wouldn't have to deal with... I raise my hand and flick my wrist back and forth. With all this, I just wouldn't give a shit. I shut my eyes, gritting my teeth for a heartbeat. I care too fucking much sometimes. I'm met with silence. Opening my eyes, I notice how she looks at me. Her mouth is partially open. Her eyes are focused on me. Noticing me looking at her, she shuts her mouth and turns her attention back to the night sky. You know, Stella gave me a tarot reading. I say after a long moment of silence. On your birthday. It was quite something. Her eye shifts to me. She does not move her head, her snout still pointing at the lit sky. Huge fucking disaster awaits me in the future, apparently. Something absolutely fucking terrible. Man. I sigh, then shake my head with a stifled, bitter laugh. Fate just doesn't want to let up, huh? Fucking bitch. She tenses up, then, slowly at first, she turns her face to me. As soon as she opens her mouth, I interpose. I know what you're gonna say. You know what my stance is.
Very well.
She turns her gaze back to the sky. She's quiet for a moment.
You really do love her, do you?
She rests her snout on her knees.
After all that happened?
I clench my fist. If I had any hair, I'd be pulling on it right now. Hooray for congenital baldness. Yes, I say very stiffly. I do fucking love her. Nothing will change that. She nods, her snout still on her knees. Her sigh, deep, sad, resigned, makes me look at her. She's not looking at the sky anymore. She keeps staring at a distant point, far behind the barn she seems to be looking at.
All right,
she finally says. Once more, there's silence between us. The anxiety burrowing into me like a worm into an apple ever since I've read the subpoena grips me tight and makes me shudder once more. I put my hand on my face, rubbing the sudden dewiness out of my eyes. Rosa's clothes rustle when she stirs. I'm afraid, you know. Of tomorrow. How will all this end?
I don't know. She shrugs. I wish I could tell you that everything would be fine, but
I snort, cutting her off. I know it won't. I keep rubbing my eyes, but the dewiness won't go away. That paired with a slight choke in my throat makes it a bit hard to keep my composure. I know it won't. Yet, this uncertainty about me, about her, about all of us. I raise my hand, reaching out to the stars as if I could become one of them by touch. It's fucking killing me, Rosa. I let my hand fall on my stomach. She looks at me for several seconds with a slight concern. Then she reaches out, takes my hand in hers, and gives it a reassuring squeeze. I sigh and grip Lucy's pendant with my other hand, closing my eyes and tensing for a second when its edges dig into my palm.
we'll get through this, Anon,
Rosa tells me.
as a family.
Another squeeze of my hand. I slowly sit up. Her hold on my hand loosens, as if she's expecting me to get up and leave. My hand slips out of hers and falls to my lap, where it stays, as I'm not going anywhere. I'm just sitting there instead, gripping Lucy's pendant hard enough for it to hurt. I'm so afraid. I shut my eyes and shudder. I'm fucking terrified, actually. Her arms closing around me in a tight, warm hug trip me up on my words. I fall silent, sitting completely still and tense as my sister from another mother hangs and murmurs in an attempt to comfort me. It helps me relax a little, but mostly it elicits tears from the corners of my eyes.
You're not alone.
I know. I smirk. I know. Thanks, sis. She rests her snout on my shoulder, stargazing with me. The breeze keeps blowing. The cicadas keep singing. The leaves keep rustling. Tomorrow morning, the storm begins. That's the end of the chapter. That was chapter 21. That took us like an hour 20, I think, to do. I would not be surprised if this one took like an hour 40. Oh. Oh. Woo boy. Someone just helps Anon like an absolute champ, not out of gift giving, but being understanding. Papa is happy. Very nice. Here it comes. The quickening approaches. Excited to see the lawyer. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Ugh. You'll be much more invested with chapter 22. Oh boy. Yeah, we're definitely only gonna do we're definitely only doing chapter 22 tonight. We are not doing chapter 23. The fucking length of these chapters is so long. Oh, damn. The storm that is approaching, provoking black clouds in isolation. Oops, let me pop open Discord real quick. I think I got a message. Oh. It's my brother. He needs something real quick. Just give me a minute. Where the fuck am I looking again? Ah, here. Should be this. Okay, that should be taken care of now. Oh.
Alright, let me pop back open the display capture. The trial's even longer, but it's solid. So, okay, I got a little bit of a question, so that way I've got an idea how I need to plan out these readings. The chapter or the trial's going to start now, and I'm assuming it's going to stretch over a couple of different chapters here. How long should I be expecting the trial to go on for? Like, I'm going to assume we don't have chapter 21 through 32 is like all trial. I think the trial is 3 chapters. Okay, then that means tonight we're going to start the trial, and then next time we read None in the Chamber, we should hopefully get through the trial. It's an Ace Attorney length. Man, I want to play Ace Attorney again. Fucking Ace Attorney was great. Okay. Okay, that's good to know then. As I've said before, we should be able to kind of pick up the pace a little bit on None in the Chamber once we wrap up, or once we catch up in Punch Drunk, which, if I'm remembering correctly, fuck, where were we at in Punch Drunk? Let me take a quick peek. I'm just trying to think things through real quick while I got a little bit of an interim here before I have to commit to reading a whole nother fucking chapter that's going to shred my vocals. Let's say the last Punch Drunk stream we got to chapter 18. Right, okay, so then... Shit, like next week, if I really jam it out, we might be able to get all the way caught up with Punch Drunk, and then we can start committing to None in the Chamber until we're caught up with it as well. Won't that be cool, fellas? More consistent None in the Chamber until we're caught up. And then after that, I have to play the fun game of what do I read next? Who do I appeal to? Because everybody wants a certain fic read. I'm only one guy and I can only read so quick. No more Punch Drunk, wahoo. It's not from here. Incredibly loud, incorrect buzzer noise. Looks at Inco noted, love is colorblind. Sorry. That will be coming up as well. Probably not until we're at least mostly caught up in the chamber, though, because I don't want to, like, fucking keep splitting attention. Read, Mrs. Streamer, read. Give me a minute, damn it. Ugh. Rub my face real quick. Oh, okay. Alright, I've had my short break. Okay. So, plan is we'll get through chapter 22 and then we'll call it for tonight. Sound good? I'm not going to wait for you guys to say sound good, because that's what, regardless if it sounds good, that's what we're fucking doing. So, go ahead and get buckled up. Should probably take about an hour 30, hour 40 if this is just a bit longer than the previous chapter, so at least from what I could tell. So we're going to have to be here for just a bit longer. So get ready, fellers, because here we go. Chapter 22. Lightning. Lightning. The visible discharge of electricity that occurs when a region of a cloud acquires an excess electrical charge, either positive or negative, that is sufficient to break through the resistance of air. Sunrise. Sky's clear. Not even a trace of a single cloud. Almost feels mocking. As if nature itself was making fun of what's to come today. The first rays of the morning shoot over the hills and into my room. A stray ray of sunlight hits me right in the eyes. I close them. Bad choice. Nez and Naomi leap out from the void, mocking, laughing, sneering. My eyelids shoot open like a pair of crusty blinds. The buzzing erupts in my head, but I quickly, nearly
angrily stamp it out. Not today. I lay on the bed, on my side, hands clutching the coverlet, body curled, staring at the window. I don't want to get up. I shiver, murmuring apologies to both of them. After a time, I start muttering that prayer Sophia taught me. I worked hard on my Spanish since I've learned it, so I more or less know what it's about. It's a prayer for the dead, of course. Wonder for a moment if it's common prayer, or something she herself came up with. Could be either way. A knock on the door trips me up. I curse in a hoarse whisper, turn, lay on my back for a moment, and when the knock repeats, I answer. Yes. Fuck, I really am hoarse. Yes.
Get up, Anon.
There's a hint of that motherly impatience in Marissa's voice. Almost genuine, strong undertones of warmth.
Breakfast is ready.
Yes, Mom, I'm coming. I stretch out, with a sigh, I roll over and plant my feet on the floorboards. The phone slips from the sheets and clatters to the floor. Damn it.
Rapidamente, Anon.
Marissa knocks again.
You'll be late to court.
Pick up the phone and flip it. October 1st, 201 M 2020 BC, 6:30 a.m. Day of judgment hath cometh. Today, the fate of all people you know will be decided, little man. I grimace. No need to be so fucking dramatic. Not everyone will face judgment today, only one person. That alone is too much to bear thinking about. I'm getting up. Put the phone on the bedside table. 5 minutes and I'll be down. 5 minutes later, I'm down in the dining room. The kids are gone, and so are Raoul, Moises, and Philippe. It's kind of strange and sad, eating without the din of their voices filling the emptiness. Feels quiet. Empty. Very quiet and very empty. Guess it's fitting for today. The three ladies, Simone is driving the kids to school today, notice my sour mood immediately. Sophia reaches out and squeezes my hand. I look at her. She gives me a short-lived, yet very warm smile. And I smile back, with just as brief of a smile, then get down to eating. Today we have mini tortillas on the menu, stuffed with a vegan meat substitute, beans, rice, and other tasty foodstuffs. While the food tastes absolutely fucking amazing, I can't concentrate on enjoying the meal. My thoughts keep wandering back towards the inevitable. I looked up the court the trial is supposed to be taking place in. A gray, grand piece of brutalist architecture, without any embellishments or fancy facades. Looks more like a prison than anything. For the past week, I've been doing nothing but catching up on the news surrounding the shooting and the encroaching court case. It wasn't pleasant in the least, and I fucking hate myself for it. But I had to know what the wider world thinks of Lucy and her actions. What a dumbass thought. Of course they despised both. After the press connected the dots between Lucy and Ripley, though, the truth about their relationship was revealed, the mood shifted a little towards sympathy for her. Just a little bit. More of a twitch of the needle than anything else. Still, the public demanded the head of the daughter of the monster. Lucy Aaron must face judgment. Life in prison for the beast of Vulcanera. Like father, like daughter. I scowled at myself, remembering the last headline. Idiots, retards, cretins, absolute fucking buffoons. If only they knew Lucy as well as I do. Knew what she went through, how she was broken by everyone around her. They'd fucking be ashamed of themselves. But they don't know her. They don't fucking care to know her. They're journos. They don't care. All that matters to them is clicks, ratings, and issues sold. Make me sick to my stomach. Must have shown some minor turmoil and disgust towards the venerable trait of journalism. Someone squeezes my hand. I look at it. It's Sophia again. I look at her. She's giving me a look of reassurance. I force myself to smile, nod, and swallow the food I've been chewing for the past minute. Then I look at the half-finished tortilla. With a grimace, I set it down on the plate and wipe my mouth with a napkin.
Eat up, Anon.
Marisa tries to sound admonishing, but her tone shows that her heart ain't in it.
You have a long day ahead of you. You need to have strength.
I'm not hungry, Mom. I have my hands on my thighs under the table. I'm wringing them a little, the trepidation and nerves already getting to me. Here, before I even step out of the house. What will become of me once I do get to court? Probably end up a stupefied mess, a blundering retard unable to spit out a word. Can't do shit about it now. Being held in contempt of court is not high up on my agenda.
At least finish that one.
Mom pleads, nodding the unfinished piece of food on my plate.
Desperdiciar comida es un pecado oven.
Guess you're right, Grandma. Wasting food is indeed a sin. With a slight hesitation, I grab the tortilla and continue where I left off. The three ladies converse in hushed tones, honoring me with a glance from time to time. The conversation is held wholly in Spanish, which only gives them a partial advantage over me. I wasn't slack off, and I learned quite a bit in September. From the bits I can understand, it seems that they're talking about court session today. They're also talking about me, but to what capacity is beyond my meager language skills to discern. The names of Reed and Stella come up frequently, with Stella's name often closely followed by her mother's. Finally, after a while, I finish my food and wipe my mouth. I look at my plate and find it empty. Must have got myself so invested in deciphering what was being said that I didn't even notice taking more food. No. You ready, Rosa? I look at my sister. She pauses, turns her head from Mom, and after considering me for a moment, she nods curtly and gets up. She's wearing a modest, official-looking dress paired with black high heels. I myself am wearing my usual set of clothes, with my shirt buttoned up to the collar.
Stay safe, niños.
Marisa gives us the warmest and most encouraging smile I've seen yet from her.
I will pray for you too, Sophia adds. And for that girl of yours.
She gives me a very long, intent look. I sigh, smile, and murmur a thanks. We then both leave the dining room, walk down to the porch and to Rosa's car. It's in the garage. Philippe was fiddling with it yesterday's evening. Emily's missing from her usual spot. Seems like he took her for a spin. Her namesake is up for a pleasant day with her dear. Much more pleasant than what awaits us. But that's not a high bar to rise above. I plant myself in the seat, buckle up, and sit with my arms crossed on my chest, while Rosa buckles herself up and turns the key in the ignition. The steel heart of the machine roars to life.
Are you ready for this?
She asks, shifting up a gear. I nod and slowly shake my head. Or I snort and slowly shake my head. Not at all. She sighs, turns from me, and drives out of the garage. Soon after, we're zooming towards the city. For a time, the ride goes by in silence. It's awkward, tense, dreary, almost unbearable. Rosa seems to share my outlook on the mood, as she leans forward and flicks the music player on. Soft sounds of cumbia music fill the interior. I glance at the display. Los Angeles Azules. Entrega de Amor. Nice tune. Calm. Relaxing. I can really see myself starting to enjoy this kind of music. Though, something tells me that the lyrics do not fit what's in store for us. A glance at Rosa reveals that she is enjoying the tune quite a bit. She's tapping on the steering wheel and hums along in a soft voice. She notices me looking and smiles to herself.
Reed loves this song. Love at first sight.
She laughs softly, then turns serious.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I pat her forearm. There's no shame in being happy, you know. She sighs with a melancholic look.
I know, it's just...
She lifts her fingers off the wheel and turns them back and forth.
The occasion, no?
Another sigh.
We should be serious, is what I'm saying.
I say nothing, while she rolls her shoulders and sits more upright. I ask her if we'll be picking up Stella or Reed. She shakes her head and explains that they'll get to the court on their own.
The Reed is going by bus, and Stella...
She pauses.
Stella is going with her mama.
I can't help but clench my fist. Amanda. The fucking bitch who used my sweet girl as a personal punching bag and stress ball. I hope she got fucking reprimanded for what she did to Lucy at the very least. I hope that bitch got fired. Miranda, the guard assigned to Lucy's current cell block, is a much better person overall, from the brief time I spent in her presence. She didn't even bat an eye when I took Lucy into my arms, after she started crying during one of my visits. We were discussing possible names for our daughter, and that made her a bit emotional. We let ourselves fantasize a bit about a perfect future she would never have, us both in it, all a happy family. Beautiful dream, but it's all just castles in the sky, sadly. Amber, I mutter.
Hmm?
Rosa glances next to me. Our daughter's name, I explained to her. I chose it with Lucy. Her grandma's name was Amber, you know. I can't help but smile a little. Her eyes gleam with tears. She quickly wipes them with her palm and puts on a shaky smile, then takes a deep breath, tensing up and relaxing. She turns her head to me for a brief moment, then turns back to face the road. She opens her mouth, shuts it, opens it, keeps it open for a second, then shuts it again with a dry pop. Her expression shifts rapidly from impatience and anger to sadness to tranquil, solemn melancholy.
Beautiful name,
She finally says.
You're really looking forward to this, aren't you?
I smile. A ray of happiness in the dreary fucking darkness my life has been ever since May. Yes. You have no idea how much. I choke back a sniffle. Even if it all came to be in such a way. She gives me a short glance. I'm so fucking happy still. So, when are we gonna arrive?
In an hour or so, she says. Let's hope there won't be any malditos buitres around.
She clenches her fist, her whole arm flexing in a show of surprising amount of toned musculature. I would shiver, but we're talking about journos here. Carrion eaters, dogs, hounding me at the lowest points, only caring if they got a photo or a video of an unfortunate word slipping out. I can go to hell for all I care, every single fucking last one of them. If you want to crack some skulls, go ahead. Give a mirthless chuckle. She turns to me and grins, lifting her arm and flexing it. She doesn't get to show it often. Show it off on a daily basis, but she's incredibly athletic. I ponder for a brief moment, between her lifting arm and lowering it back to grab the wheel, if it's Reed or her who's carrying the other more often. Her carrying Reed. Now that's some fucking mental image. I can't help but snicker. Imagine her carrying Reed out of the church.
What?
She smirks. I thought of something funny, that's all. I turn away from her. We enter the highway. Rosa's phone rings. It's Stella.
Hola, Stella. Hey, Rosa.
Stella replies. There's a big commotion going on her side. Voices, patter of footsteps, camera flashes going off.
Is Anon with you?
Yeah, I am. I tell her. Why?
Well, you better get in through the back entrance or something.
Stella pauses. We can hear Amanda shoving someone in the background.
Take another picture of my daughter and I'll break that damn camera on your head.
Well, she's feisty, I'll give her that. Yeah, she is a prison guard, so that's a given.
We'll keep it in mind, Stella.
Rosa slowly says.
I mean it. It's pandemonium here, Stella explains. You'll see when you get here. See you soon.
She hangs up. I exchange glances with Rosa, wondering why Stella sounded so cold, distant, yet composed. Maybe it's the atmosphere at the court having such an impact on her. Maybe it's Amanda's doing. I really hope it's not permanent. We leave the highway and enter the Volcadero proper. The court lays very near the tail end of the bluffs, which forces us to drive by the school. My whole body tenses up when I look at the building, which only 10 months ago was completely unknown to me. Time seems to slow to a crawl as my gaze wanders toward the stairs, where I first met Lucy. Fang, back then, looking at me with such indifferent disdain that I wanted to tell her to fuck off. My look shoots up, towards the roof. I turn pale, seeing that the hole in the fence hasn't been fixed yet. The place where it all ended. The place where she almost ended herself. The place where this fucked up chapter of my life began. I allow my emotions to melt from sadness and anger upon seeing a couple news crews recording the talking heads in front of the school. Talking about Lucy, no doubt. Maybe about Ripley, how much of an asshole and shitty father he was. About me, possibly. They don't notice me. The journalists. Too busy talking to the cameras to take notice of me, and the crews are too busy recording them to honor me with any attention. We drive by, not bothered by anyone. The closer we get to the court, the angrier I get. I keep turning the events of the past 9 months in my head, turning and turning and turning them, whipping myself into deeper and deeper anger. It builds up, swells inside me, ready to go off like a nuclear explosion. At one moment, I shut my eyes and curse under my breath, clenching my fists hard enough for my knuckles to creak. If that's how Reed used to feel most of the time, it's no wonder he turned to drugs. Rosa slows down and turns into the parking lot. I open my eyes to see that it's packed. Models and trims vary widely, from small compact cars to full-sized luxury sedans. There are a couple of unmarked cop cars, and, of course, news crew vans. Amongst the numerous vehicles belonging to the local news crews from all around the county, the major players are, of course, represented. DNN, Flux News, CBC. After a minute or two of very slow, very careful driving so as not to hit one of the many people milling about in the parking lot, Rosa finds a vacant spot and parks her car there. She turns off the engine.
Are you ready?
I'm not looking at her, but at the reporters reporting, photographers photographing, cameras rolling, the crowd thronging around the court entrance. This occupies me so much that I need a moment to realize that she spoke to me. Huh? What? I turn to her. She's looking at me with worry. Her brows are drawn slightly. Her face is set.
Are you ready?
She repeats. Even less so than before. Nothing we can do about it now, can we? I smile bitterly and open the door. Come on. Let's go. Almost as soon as I leave the car, heads start turning towards me. There are a few familiar faces. People I pass by in school corridors. People which I never spoke to, but I do recognize. Some of them, juniors the school year when I attended, are accompanied by their parents. The looks I receive from most of them are anything but those of admiration. They're blank, sometimes disdainful. One of the former students of Volcano High stands out amongst the crowd, mainly thanks to his purple hair and snout. He notices me as soon as I get out of the car, and leads me along with his eyes, giving me such a look of disdainful contempt that I can't help but blink. He's standing next to a minivan, out of which his father, a maroon, tired-looking raptor, along with his mother, a bright blue, petite member of the same species, take out a wheelchair. As me and Rosa approach, our course leading close to those three, the father goes around to the rear door on the left and opens them. The sight of who he takes out of the car and carefully lowers down to the wheelchair makes me stop. I freeze so suddenly and so completely that it takes Rosa a moment to notice that I'm not following her. She turns. Her gaze follows mine. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't look surprised. She was watching the news, unlike me. On the wheelchair sits a raptor girl, a twin of the guy who's giving me the deadliest of death glares.
What the hell are you staring at, huh?
The Microraptor takes a step towards me. Oh, this is Sage. Okay. Sage,
You know what?
Sage throws his hands up, almost in my face.
Fang made Rosemary a cripple.
His voice cracks. I don't say anything. Can't even cough up a single word. I just stand there as he starts growling. He quickly whips himself out of sadness and back into fury, which prevents him from bursting into tears. The tears still glisten in his eyes as he keeps shouting in my face.
She killed Leo.
He wrings his hands.
She killed him. Do you understand, you bald retard? Oh God, oh God, oh God.
He turns from me with a growl sounding both livid and desperate. His mother quickly comes up to him and takes him into her arms. He starts weeping into her chest while the rest of the family watches. His sister wheels herself closer to him and takes his hand.
Hush, Basil, hush.
She pats his hand.
You better get a move on, Skinny.
You better get a move on, Skinny. The father glares at me with a look that spells murder. You and your partner meddled with our lives enough. I can't move. My gaze shifts from Sage to his twin, to his mother's face, to his father's face. It's Rosa's grip and her pulling me away that break the stupor, turning me into a stunned moron. I rip my eyes away from Sage's family. I don't even notice when my hand lands on my head and grips it hard enough for my fingers to hurt. I lower my head slightly and glue my eyes to the asphalt. They're open wide. My mouth is compressed into a thin white line. My whole body is tensed up and so rigid that I'm barely able to walk. The sound of an encroaching crowd makes me lift my head, just in time to see the journalists coming towards me like a tidal wave. They're screaming and shouting like birds of prey, brandishing their microphone claws, snapping their camera beaks at me in a cascade of flashes. I ignore their questions, put my head low, keep my eyes to the ground, and try not to show any emotions, the last of which I fail at miserably. Sage's face, contorted, livid, his eyes filled with tears, circles around inside my head. His cry of anguish at the memory of his loved one's demise drowns out everything the journalists have to ask of me. I lift my head for but a moment. Between the journalists, outside of the ring of carrion eaters surrounding me, I see a short green Dilphosaurus. His left side turned to me. He looks very grave and very composed. The moment his head turns to me, I glue my eyes to the ground, mortified by what I see. Half of his face is covered by bandages. He's braced up too, mostly around the left side of his snout and the jaw. I think he had major surgery recently. I saw him at the school sometimes. We never spoke, but we did share some classes. I think his name is Milhouse. I lift my head. I'd stumble and fall over if not for Rosa holding me up. Short distance from the row of police officers surrounding the stairs leading up to the court entrance, a crowd has gathered. They're holding up banners, mostly sheets of white. I only read a couple before I have to avert my eyes to prevent myself from flying into a fit of rage. Death sentence to the Volcano High Beast. Kill the killer. Errands equal monsters. Like father, like daughter. Last one makes me clench my fists and grit my teeth. Motherfuckers. Stupid, ignorant, retarded chucklefucks from a shitty city where not a single person helped my sweet, sweet girl enough. They can all go fuck themselves. Don't look at them, the voice inside my head recommends. Antagonizing them won't do you any good. I know, Conscience. Thanks for the advice anyhow. Rosa ignores the dinos holding these words of great encouragement. She keeps holding onto my shoulder as she takes me past them. Unfortunately, I am recognized, which shouldn't be hard to anyone since I'm one of maybe 4 humans in the parking lot. And I'm the one being hounded by a herd of journalists. And I'm as bald as a snooker ball. Having my mug flashed on the news all the time also helps. A hail of invectives. A hail of invectives rained down on me and Rosa as me and Rosa approached the cops guarding the steps, most of which are variants of the heartwarming slogans written down and presented to us, with me being the main object of their admiration right now instead of Lucy. My relationship with her was revealed by the media. I wonder how quickly and how much of the public turned on me afterwards. I lower my head again. The rain of insults intensifies. It's a fucking cloudburst now. Tune them out. Ignored them. Just like with the journos. And here we go. All calm now. Ready to go. We arrive at the steps. I look up. Terrible mistake. Naomi's mother is standing atop the stairs, hugging her husband and bawling into his chest. The sob is nothing compared to the shriek of anguish she gave at the day of the shooting, but that alone is enough to make me freeze, go pale, and grab my head in a futile attempt to drown out the buzzing. I can't tune it out. It's like a swarm of bees, of thick black flies circling and swarming inside my head, the sound echoing, bouncing around in my head, the echoes feeding into one another, growing louder and louder until they meld into a deafening cacophony of white noise, drowning out everything. Anon! I blink. The buzzing stops. Rosa holds me by the shoulders, looking very pale and very worried. I blink again. Look up, above her. Naomi's parents have gone inside the court. Buzzing's gone. All that's left in its wake are the voices of the journalists vying for my attention from behind the ring of court security. I must have passed them by when I was having my little episode. I'm fine, sis. I put on a weak smile. Let's go. She stands still, not at all convinced by my words. After a moment of very careful observation of me, she sighs, lets me go and turns, then starts climbing the stairs. I follow suit. Close behind me, I hear footsteps. Don't turn your head out. Don't turn your fucking head or you'll see that Millhouse guy with his fucked up face. Or Sage giving you a teary-eyed death glare. Either one of the two, or one of the people you passed in the parking lot. A grandmother, a father, a sister. Someone related to those who died, or who was there when Lucy started killing. I keep my eyes set firmly on the door. Do not fucking look back. Keep walking. Just a couple more steps. Tune out the journalist. Tune out Sage's father, loudly asking for assistance with his daughter's wheelchair. There we go. The door. Now go through. Sit the fuck down and don't look at anyone until the courtroom door is opened. That's what I do. Find a vacant bench, plant my ass on it, and slouch forward, keeping my eyes glued to the marble floor. My heart's pounding against my chest. Blood coursing through my head hums almost loud enough to drown out the voices of people thronging into the corridor. I could feel their eyes on me. The looks of disdain, remonstrance, contempt. None of them considerate or passionate. I hide my face in my palms. I should have listened to Doc Violet. I should have asked for special measures for myself. I should have not have come here. I should have... No. I can't fucking abandon her. She needs me. I will get through it. And see it till the end. With my own fucking eyes, not through a screen. Whatever happens, I will endure. For her. For our daughter. Someone stops right in front of me. I hear them say something in a low voice, quiet but loud enough for me to hear what they're saying.
In your place, I'd shove that bitch from the roof. Sage leans in closer. She fucking deserved it.
I only grip my face tighter. I have nothing to say to you, Sage, I tell him.
But I have plenty to say, he scoffs. We'll hear once the trial starts.
He snarls. Leave him alone, Sage. It's Reed. He sounds calm, but tense. Fuck. I hope this doesn't end up in a fist fight. Sage has been through enough. Because of Lucy. Lucy did this to him. To his sister. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Nah, the high and mighty junkie friend.
Sage's shoes squeak on the floor as he turns.
I hope you're sober for this, Redmond.
Reed growls.
What? You're gonna hit me? Go ahead. Come on, dickhead. What are you waiting for, huh?
Creaking wheels.
Basil, stop.
I tense up. Don't look, don't look, don't look.
Rosie, remember what Dr. Santiago said, she tells him. Don't indulge in anger. Come on. Mom's been looking for you.
His shoes squeak again as he turns once more.
But he didn't do anything.
Reed's gasp is almost inaudible, but I still managed to catch it amongst the hubbub. Sage's sister unintentionally reminded him of his own fuck-up. I almost see his face dropping. Him turning his head with a look of shame in his eyes. A sad look I know too well.
Come on,
Rosemary pleads with her brother.
Mom and Dad are worried. How can you be so calm? Sage's voice trembles. I know, but it's not their fault.
My nails almost dig into my face. Behind my hands, my eyes shoot wide open, my face contorting into a whole plethora of emotions. I want to tear my hands away from my face. I want to look into her eyes and fall to my knees before her. I want to cry and beg for her forgiveness. But I do neither of those things. The moment passes. Sage and his sister are gone. Only me and Red remain. We both stay silent for a long moment after the twins are gone, before Rosa and Stella join us. Someone sits next to me and touches my arm. The faint smell of incense sticks tells me that it's Stella.
Are you okay?
What does it look like? My voice is trembling. Maybe we should ask the judge to excuse him, Reed proposes. Or maybe... No! I cry out, my head shooting upwards to look at him. A few heads turn. No, I repeat, in a more composed tone. I'm fine. I'll get through this. I have to. Rosa asks Reed what happened. He relates to her our run-in with Sage and his sibling. She sighs and shakes her head, wiping a tear from her eye. She looks over her shoulder, possibly at where the hapless Microraptor family is at the moment.
Pobre niña, she sighs. I spoke to her. She's so strong. And she always was, you know.
A small, sad smile lingers on her lips, but quickly falters. I wonder if this is what the tower card has been warning me about, I mutter.
Possibly,
Stella pats my arm.
But we shall see once the session begins.
I was wondering where you run off to, Stella. Oh, that's Amanda.
I was wondering where you ran off to, Stella.
My fists clench on their own. Amanda. Don't look at her. Don't antagonize her. Don't add to the pile. Whether you'd be adding to hers or yours doesn't matter. Don't do it.
I'm cheering up a friend, Mom, Stella admonishes her. I'll be with you in a moment.
Fine. Amanda gives me a look that's way too long for my comfort.
Don't be too long. I want you with me when we go in, alright? Okay, Mom.
Stella pats my arm again.
Can you please go now? You're scaring Anon.
Scaring is too strong of a word. I protest. Amanda coughs, cutting me off. Okay, yeah.
Can you three leave us for a moment? She asked my friends. 2 minutes.
Absolutely not, Reed says.
No!
Rosa almost shouts. She sighs with a surprising amount of resignation, but she doesn't try to push her luck. She only pats Stella's shoulder, lingers for a moment, then goes away, hell knows where. As far from me as possible, I hope. It would crack that bitch's skull if I wasn't in such a pathetic state.
Have you seen those banners people brought?
Stella looks from me to Reed to Rosa.
Disgusting.
You tell me. I'd gladly take those banners and shove them, but they're... He's interrupted by a deep, loud voice speaking through a PA speaker. Parties in Aaron v. the City of Volcadera are asked to enter courtroom 2. I sigh and, with a great effort, I lift myself off the bench. I smile, widely and grimly. Then, along with my friends, start down the corridor. One of the double doors had been opened, and the crowd is now flowing inside. On our way there, we pass Naomi's parents by. Her mother notices me and gives me such a wild, teary-eyed look that I almost stumbled. She doesn't say a word, only stares at me as we walk by. I would much rather prefer her screaming and freaking out, calling after me, cursing me. Her complete and utter silence paired with that look gives her an ominous, almost freakish air. Her husband clenches his fist at me. He looks tired and sad. He used to be pretty handsome, I imagine. There are clear traces of that, even under the imprint of grief and worry left on his face. We enter the courtroom. It's spacious, with 4 rows of seats for the audience and witnesses. Lucy's already sitting there with her lawyer, watched over by a security guard. Upon hearing the door open, she lifts her head. Seeing me, lights up her face for a brief moment before sadness clouds it up again. Me, Rose, and Reed take seats on the right, where the jury's bench is. Stella, her mother, and most of the witnesses take seats on the opposite side. All rise. We do as we're told. The judge, an old, wise-looking, kind-faced diplodocus, enters, trailed by a pair of young clerks. He climbs onto the seat. The clerks take a seat. The clerks take seats at his sides. We all sit down. The judge twines his neck into a row of coils and adjusts his glasses. The court is now in session. Sit down, please, he says. His voice is deep and rich. He looks down at something hidden behind his pulpit. The case is Aaron Lucy v. the City of Volcadera. He looks to the side at Lucy. Will the accused please stand? Lucy stumbles to her feet. The moment she does so, I hear murmurs around me. I really want to turn and tell him to fuck off, but I limit myself to muttering angrily under my breath. Besides my muttering and the muttering of a few, there's tense, almost hostile silence. Lucy keeps her head low, her eyes glued to the floor. Her eyes are red and wet. She must have been crying not even 5 minutes ago. Hair is a mess, and she's slouching. She's rubbing her arms slowly, the prison get-up softly rustling. Her lawyer catches my attention for a moment. He's definitely not a public defender. Too well dressed. He's too well rested and looks way too confident for a city-appointed bureaucrat. The judge's voice stops my observation of the guy and turns my attention to the big wig of the whole debacle. I glance at the plaque on his pulpit. Judge Bernard Parrish. Lucy Aaron, you stand accused of killing 8. He looks to Lucy, who cowers slightly. He looks back down at something behind his pulpit. And injuring 5 students at the Volcano High School on May 25th, year 201M, 2020 BC. He looks at her. How do you plead? Lucy doesn't move. The judge gives her another hard look. Defendant, how do you plead? His tone is just as hard as his expression. The look on my sweet girl's face, it's something between a dreamlike state and complete loss. The tears in her eyes, her beak opening a little, then closing rapidly. Her face wet with tears. She doesn't believe it's really happening. God, how much I want to take her into my arms, caress her, calm her down. Defendant. Judge's voice rings in the silence like a gunshot. How do you plead? Lucy looks at her lawyer. He gives a curt nod.
Not guilty,
She says in a low, downcast voice. Murmurs amongst the audience. Bernard frowning. The jury discussing the plea between themselves with a lot of indignation. The prosecutor looking very hard and very stern.
Not guilty? The fucking nerve.
Should give her the injection. My son's friend. I ignore what I hear from the crowd. Don't listen to them. Do not fucking listen. Focus on her. You must defend her no matter what. Order, the judge says. Order in the court. He glares at Lucy. Defendant, sit down. He gives her a prolonged look over his glasses, then turns towards the other attorney, a young stiff-necked raptor with a head of bushy gray hair and a very ambitious, eager look on his face. I fucking hate that look. So ready to persecute. Asshole. Dickhead. I don't like you already. Mr. Witt, state your case, please. Witt? More like fucking dunce. The raptor stands up and walks around his table. He clasps his hands behind his back, towards us, turns towards us, takes us all in with a wide, all-encompassing look, breathes in and begins. On May 25th, the defendant arrived in Volcano High School with the intention of murdering one of her schoolmates, Naomi Chun. Murmurs around the courtroom. I shut my ears to them. Let them talk. Let them babble. Lucy's innocent. She wasn't thinking right. She wasn't fucking thinking right since prom night. Witt continues, from time to time casting a reproachful look at Lucy. She's rigid, slumped slightly forward, her wings pressed tight to her body. Around 9:15 in the morning, the first shot was accomplished. Which accomplished this objective was fired. He pauses for additional effect. But it was only one of 4 aimed at Naomi Chun. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. He looks around, slowly nodding as the murmurs stir amongst the present. After the first shot, the defendant kept firing a weapon at the already deceased victim. She then injured 2 more people, one of which, I'm sorry to say, fatally. What was that class Lucy was having when she... Math. Oh, fuck. Did she kill a teacher? The murmuring dies down. The prosecutor continues. After accomplishing that, the defendant entered the hall, where she fatally wounded 2 more persons and injured 1. She then started making her way up the stairs, during which ascent she shot another person twice. I grip my knee. Bang! As her stumbling backwards like a puppet with its strings cut. Bang! His back hits the wall. He slides down and slumps on the stair step. Oh God, oh my fucking fuck. Rosa grips my hand. I look at her. Her eyes are wet, but she's got a compassionate look on her face. She nods at me, softly rubbing my hand with hers. Beating my heart gradually slows down as the prosecutor continues. She then attacked another one by slashing them with her claws, then shoving them down the stairs. A soft hiss from somewhere in the crowd. Judging from the voice, it's one of the parents. Probably the poor guy who got caught at the wrong place at the wrong time. The trauma resulting from the fall killed them immediately. On the 2nd floor, after reloading her weapon, the defendant wounded another person. Witt pauses and glances at Lucy. He then addresses the judge and jury. That caused a panic, during which 2 more persons were injured, while 1 was pushed down the stairs and fatally trampled by the crowd. More murmuring. Lucy cowers, but she keeps looking at Whit. She looks as if she's hearing an account of someone else's deeds. There's not even a hint of recognition on her face. Her eyes are wide open, hand at her mouth. She's trembling, tears trickling down her cheeks. She's whispering something, but so silent that even me, sitting as close as I am to her, can't hear a word of it.
The defendant managed to fatally wound another person, after which she fired a couple shots, thankfully wounding no one. After that, the defendant stalked the corridors, but encountered no one, thanks to the efforts of the staff guiding the students to the exits. A murmur of approval for the bravery of the teachers and other staff. Well deserved. Reed nods his head, a look of pain on his face. Rose is dabbing her eyes with her handkerchief, slowly shaking her head. A quiet litany of Spanish spills out of her in a rapid torrent. Finally, the defendant approached the entrance to the school's roof, where she met another person. I look around to find Stella. There she is. Rigid, pale, tense, but calm. Her mom has her arm around her and is muttering something into her ear. Words of encouragement, I'm sure. She fired for the last time. She missed. Stella closes her eyes, swallows and sighs. She does it so softly that the only hint of her doing that is the slight tensing up of her body. Then the defendant entered the school's roof, with the intention of ending her own life. She was stopped from doing that by a third party, who was present at today's proceedings. Michael's silent for a moment, with his head bent, a solemn, serious expression on his face. After the moment has passed, he turns to the judge. That is all, Your Honor. Judge Parrish nods.
Mr. Suderman, I see that you are eager to state your case since you're drumming on the table so rapidly.
The lawyer nods and gets up to his feet. If Your Honor allows me. He spreads his arms and lowers his head in a show of humility before the judge's might. The judge narrows his eyes at this show of boisterous eloquence, but nods his head.
Proceed, please.
He nods with his hand. The lawyer bows slightly and walks around the table. He starts pacing back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back, a look of deep concern on his face. The guy's got gusto, I'll give him that, Reed mutters. Suitman. I think my dad mentioned him a couple times. This guy ain't cheap, you know. He's a lawyer, of course he isn't cheap. Question is he good? We'll see. Your Honor, the defendant is not guilty of a death. The shouting and jeering that erupts as soon as he utters those words crash through the courtroom like a tsunami, drowning out the rest of his sentence. He stops and looks at the judge, who grabs his mallet and starts slamming it on the small block of wood in his pulpit.
Order!
He shouts,
Order!
The crowd gradually quiets down. The judge casts a wide, sweeping look over everyone present.
All who disturb the court proceedings will be removed from the courtroom.
He points at the audience with the hammer and makes a sweeping gesture towards the door to emphasize his words.
Proceed, Mr. Suitman.
Once again, there's silence. The malice shifts its focus back to Lucy. Her lawyer is free to continue his opening speech. Your Honor, he begins anew, as I was saying before being interrupted. He once more starts pacing back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. The defendant's not guilty of A853 or even a single death, no. He stops and looks at the old Diplodocus. The defendant's not guilty of anything. An angry murmur stirs up amongst the witnesses. I watch the man as he turns toward the judge. On May 25th, the defendant arrived at Volcano High in an extremely agitated and erratic state. Said state, which made the defendant call one of her friends 26 times in a span of 15 minutes without them picking up the phone, which resulted in the defendant leaving over 10 voicemails, was the result of events that unfolded during prom night 2 days prior. Reed turns slightly paler when Sudman mentions the voicemails. He's shocked at first, reminded of his fuck-up in such a cool and uncaring way. He then saddens, bowing his head with a dejected look. I pat his back. Rosa squeezes his hand and touches the side of her snout against his. He smiles at her and nods at me. The events at said prom night, where the defendant was publicly humiliated, marked the end of a long period of her being the object of ridicule and mockery amongst her peers. He pauses, in his pacing for a moment, giving the audience a prolonged look, which, when combined with the lack of support from the defendant's friends and families, pushed her over to the breaking point. Murmurs all over the courtroom. Offended, agitated, disdainful from amongst witnesses, thoughtful and attentive from the jury. I wonder where they're from, how they were chosen. They show such level-headedness here. Gives a whole new meaning to independent jury. But let's go back to the fatal Monday, May 25th. The defendant called her friend many times. Yes, the voicemails talked about her intentions towards Naomi Chun, but once I present them to you, ladies and gentlemen, you shall hear that the defendant was afraid of the deed and that she did not want to do it. I shield my eyes. Oh, God, the voicemails. All for Reed. What if he wasn't knocked the fuck out on Carfé? Would Lucy not have done it at all? Would she... No. Stop debating would haves and could have beens. It's too late for that. It was desperation. Gall pauses and smacks his palm with his fist, which pushed her towards considering said deed. Pauses again. He stops and looks at the judge, the jury, then back at us. 26 times, he says. If the defendant was in a sound state of mind at the time, she would have stopped at one. When you'll hear those voicemails, ladies and gentlemen, you'll understand that she wanted the only person left whom she trusted to stop her from doing the deed which brought us all here. A moment of silence. Suitman continues. The prosecution will mention the text messages sent to 3 of the defendant's friends, not long before the first shot was fired. Those weren't the announcements of intent, ladies and gentlemen. Those were suicide notes. Murmurs. A hard look from the judge quiets them down. My client intended to end her own life immediately after taking Naomi Chun's, Gall announces. Over the course of this trial, I will prove to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the events that took place on May 25th could have been avoided if the underlying issues were addressed in time, which they were not. He raises his finger. I'll say more. They were exacerbated by everyone around my client, both close and distant to her. Very angry murmurs. They die down quickly. Suitman ignores him. Your Honor, I am certain that with the help of the evidence gathered by my firm, I will convince you, he nods at the judge, the honorable jury, he nods towards the jury bench, and perhaps even the gathered public, of all merits inherent to the statement I have just made. I will prove to you, without a doubt, that Lucy Aaron is, in actuality, a victim of extremely unfortunate circumstances. Murmurs stir up again. The lawyer pauses and looks at us. His eyes meet mine. Fuck, he is very confident. We look one another in the eyes for a second. Then, the motherfucker nods and smiles a smile so small and brief that I must have imagined it. His gaze continues down its sweeping path across the auditorium. Wherever it falls, it quiets down the murmurs and mutterings, leaving only a couple particularly resilient outliers in its wake. Extremely unfortunate circumstances, he turns back towards the judge, which go back much further than the events that took place during the prom night, preceding the tragic events that brought us all here. He stands up straight and puts his hands together. That is all, Your Honor. The judge nods.
Thank you, Mr. Gall.
Whether he believes in the merits of the statement made, touted by Suitman, is one huge unknown to me. His face could be stone for all I know. That's how neutral and expressionless it is.
Please, sit down so we can proceed.
Gall Suitman bows his head, goes back to his seat and sits down. Witt, the prosecutor, with a nod of approval from the court, stands up.
Prosecution calls forth the first witness, Stella Delmote.
I look to the left. Stella gets up from her seat, receives a pat on the back and a smile from Amanda, then heads over to the witness bar. She takes the oath and sits down. Not once during all this does she even glance in Lucy's general direction. Miss Delmont. The prosecutor approaches the bar. What do you remember from May 25th? Stella thinks for a moment and noticed Lucy looking up at her.
I don't remember a lot, she says. Mainly the gunshots, people screaming, and...
She hesitates, her voice trembling slightly.
And blood. A lot of it.
Judge gives her a kind, warm look. It turns serious and cool the moment he turns his eyes towards Lucy, who's listening to Stella with great attention. I understand that the events of that horrible day are difficult for you to recall, Whit nods. But please, in the name of justice, try to remember as much as you can. Stella nods. She looks down at the attorney and takes a deep, steady breath. She composes herself into a cool, calm attitude.
Yes, I'll do that. In the name of justice,
She nods. This is the same attitude she had shown over the phone. Is this Amanda's doing? A quick glance at the mother reveals that she's just as surprised with her daughter's attitude change as I am. She notices me looking at her and turns her head to me. We look into each other's eyes for a moment in a silent contest of wills. Who knows for how long it would last if not for Whit, asking Stella another question. Please, tell me, the honorable judge and jury, and all present, what do you recall from before you met the defendant on top of the school that day?
people lying in corridors, dying, I think.
Stella keeps her eyes glued to the opposite wall.
I heard them groaning, and I saw them trying to move.
For a moment, tears glint in her eyes, but with a great effort, only apparent in her eyes, she forces herself to stay calm.
One of the windows was broken. There was glass on the floor. The classrooms were open. The school was empty. And besides those on the floor, me and Fang.
Fang? The prosecutor asks.
Lucy Aaron's nickname in high school.
Stella explains. Please refer to the defendant by their legal name, Miss Delmont. Judge requests. The judge requests. Or as defendant.
Of course.
Stella nods and clears her throat.
I was in the bathroom when it all started. I was scared for Lucy, so I went looking for her, and, well, I found her.
She shivers, tears starting from her eyes. Murmurs and stirring amongst the crowd. The judge looks really compassionate now. Holy shit. He's looking at Stella as if she was his own daughter or something. The prosecutor waits a bit before asking another question. What do you remember from meeting the defendant?
Not a lot.
Stella closes her eyes and tenses up as she takes a long, rigid breath. She lifts her eyelids. She's still not looking at anyone.
I remember seeing her standing there with a sort of dreamy look in her eyes. She looked as if she didn't know where she was.
She swallows, pauses for a bit, then continues.
She was holding a gun. I called out to her and she turned to me.
She shivers.
Shit. Give me a moment, please.
Of course, Miss Delmont. The prosecutor nods again. There's a moment of kind silence all over the courtroom. Lucy puts down her head. The judge murmurs something to one of his clerks. The members of the jury talk amongst themselves in hushed voices. Lucy's lawyer rests back in his chair, watching all that's going on before him like a bird of prey, or a large cat, ready to pounce at a moment's notice.
Okay.
Stella speaks up.
I can continue now.
If you please, Miss Delmont.
Judge nods his hand. Stella clears her throat again.
She turned to me. I asked her to stop all this. I begged. I started crying. Yes, I started crying. I remember tears rolling down my face. She started screaming at me to leave her alone. Then
Stella closes her eyes.
She aimed the gun at me.
Amanda stirs. I can clearly hear her angry grumbling. A quick glance in her direction shows me that she's glaring at Lucy with a look so hot that it If it could burn, my sweet girl would be a pile of ashes. The older woman is clenching her fist, her brows furrowed, features hard.
I turned,
Stella says. We both turn our heads to her. She's shivering as if she's in a fever.
and then she pulled the trigger. She missed, thankfully.
Prosecutor nods. Your Honor, I request permission to present evidence. He looks up at the old Diplodocus.
Is it relevant to the testimony?
Judge Bernard adjusts his glasses. Yes, Your Honor. The judge nods.
Proceed.
The raptor goes over to this table, from which he takes a DVD. He then goes over to a large screen mounted high on the wall and inserts a disc into the player below. He takes the remote and clicks a button. A few moments later, security footage appears on the screen. I knew that there was cameras in the corridors, but I expected them to be broken. Almost all cameras at my old school were. Shows how much I know about such shit. On the screen, there's a still frame of Lucy, standing right before the door leading up to the roof. She's facing away from Stella, who's standing halfway across the hallway from her. Stella looks like she's shouting. Footage starts to play. Lucy turns to Stella. Stella freezes. Lucy starts shouting, shrieking from the looks of it. She points the gun at Stella. Stella turns. As soon as she does, Lucy aims the gun at the ceiling and pulls the trigger. Stella runs away, cards spilling out of her bag.
Is this how the events developed, Miss Delmet?
Stella nods.
As Your Honor, and the honorable jury can clearly see, Lucy Aaron was aware of her action.
Objection! Gall stands up.
On what grounds?
Judge frowns at the lawyer. Lucy Aaron was not aware of the actions from the moment she and Naomi Chun met that day. Naomi's mother cries out. A small commotion ensues, which the judge quiets down with his trusty mallet. Sudman picks up where he left off immediately after the onlookers quiet down. I have provided sufficient evidence from the psychologists and psychiatrics who conducted multiple examinations of her mental state shortly after the shooting and analyzed the security camera footage provided by the police department. He looks up at the judge. Your Honor, the prosecution suggests something which is objectively not true.
Being in poor mental state after taking 6 lives is not something unheard of, Mr. Sudman, Wood observes. Besides, as you can clearly see, she deliberately avoided shooting Miss Delmotte.
Your Honor, the judge clears his throat quite violently, interrupting Gall.
The court will allow you to provide evidence when your time to examine the witness comes. Now please, he beckons at him, sit down, Mr. Sudman.
He turns to the prosecutor.
The objection is dismissed. Mr. Witt?
Witt nods. Smug-ass motherfucker. Of course, Your Honor. He points towards the screen with the remote. Since Mr. Gall is so adamant about convincing us that Lucy Aaron was not aware of her actions, I would like to provide the second piece of evidence with Your Honor's permission. A nod from the judge sends the attorney towards the player, from which he ejects the DVD. He walks back to his table, picks up another disc stashed away in the folder, then goes back to the player with it. A few moments later, another still frame appears on the screen. I turn pale and grip my thigh. I have to look away, but I can't. What I see on the screen attracts my gaze like a magnet. The murmurs coming from the rest of the auditorium, especially the benches occupied by the witnesses, tell me that they think exactly what I'm thinking. What the fuck is this? The still frame shows Lucy on one end of the corridor with a whole bunch of students running from her. She's holding the gun firmly with both hands, aiming it down the corridor with her legs spread out. She almost looks like she's on a shooting range. Completely out of nowhere, Glenn's words from the rooftop ring in my ears loud enough to drown out the angry crowd. It's Rip's gun. He shoots it at the range all the time. I look at Gal. He is as calm and composed as he has been since I first saw him. He's looking up at the screen with the others, but I don't see a trace of tension in him. I glance at Rosa and Reed. They're mortified. Rosa stares at the footage with her hand at her snout. Reed just sits as still as a statue. His eyes are wide open, his pupils are the size of pinheads. The only sign of his agitation is his knee, jerking up and down so hard that he's tapping on the floor with his heel. Mr. Michaels, is this really necessary? The judge cast a wide, sweeping look over all of us. Yes, Your Honor, Whit Michaels sighs. As much as I did not want to have to refute Mr. Suitman's claim in such a matter, I believe this is the only way to put it to rest and end this farce. Suitman snorts. The judge's head sweeps around, his eyes pinning him down. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Suitman? Suitman slowly stands up. Not until after the prosecution has presented their evidence, Your Honor. The judge frowns and orders him to sit down, which he promptly does. The long neck then tells Whit to proceed, which the wrongly named asshole promptly does. The footage starts playing. Lucy shoots once. Person falls. Another person turns to her, a tall, broad-shouldered dino dude. The footage quality is way too shitty for me to tell his species. He goes back to the person who fell, kneels next to them, and I see Lucy still aiming at them. He stands between them and her. She shoots. He falls.
No, what is wrong with you? Why are you showing us this, you fucking asshole?
It's Sage. He's standing now, pointing at the prosecutor. Another Sage, on the screen, rushes to the downed dino and kneels next to him. Lucy walks by, swaying slightly, stumbling a little, as if she was drunk.
Why? Why?
Sage wrings his hands. Tears start from his eyes. He doubles over.
Oh God, Leo! Leo!
He hides his face in his hands and starts weeping. The Sage on screen leaps at Lucy, who swings her arm at him. There's no force in it. Looks like as if she's doing it absent-mindedly, as if she's shooing away a fly. Still enough to knock Sage to the ground. Lucy then continues her swaying walk, stumbling like a drunkard. Mr. Michaels, that's enough. The judge gives the attorney a hard look. The gray-haired raptor quickly turns the screen off. The judge turns to Sage with a very kind and compassionate look. Are this young man's parents in this courtroom? Sage's father stands up from the back row and goes over to his son. Please, take him outside. The judge requests. Mr. Whit, what was the point of this demonstration? He looks after Sage as escorted out by his dad. It was to prove that Lucy Aaron was not out of touch with reality, Your Honor, Whit says. In the footage I've shown you, Your Honor, the defendant shot one of the victims in the spine, paralyzing them. The other was shot through the heart. Lucy cowers, gripping her face with her hands. Only a person fully aware of their actions would be able to achieve such efficiency. And that's where you're wrong, Mr. Whit. Gall stands up. Your Honor, defense would like to call for witness Detective Glenn Webb of Alcadera Police Department. A moment of complete silence grips the whole courtroom. Only I know what he's playing at, and if my suspicions are correct, this could rebuke the evidence Whit, or rather Witless, showed us. I look around, trying to locate Glenn. Turns out he's sitting right behind me, in full police regalia. He looks down at me, gives a curt nod, then looks back at the judge. Huh. I hadn't noticed him before. Must be my trepidation getting the best of me again, I suppose. Not so fast, Mr. Gall, the judge admonishes the lawyer. Mr. Whit, do you have any more questions for Miss Delmont? Whit shakes his head. No, Your Honor. Mr. Gall? Only two. If you please. Gall steps out from behind his table, which Michaels returns to his own table. Or while Michaels returns to his own table. The two attorneys exchange looks as they pass each other by. Whit's looking at Sudman with so much smugness that it makes my blood boil. He thinks he won the case already. Motherfucker, the trial's not over yet. Miss Delmont. Gall stops next to Stella. Can you please tell us how the events developed during the prom night, preceding the tragic events on May 25th? Specifically, I would like you to tell us how the concert went. Stella looks at him, a bit confused, then tells us how it went down. Her story is quite accurate to what happened, I think. I was so fucking drunk that I don't remember much from the prom itself. Only Lucy having a breakdown on stage and me being a complete retard with her afterwards. But from the few scraps of remembrance rattling around in my brain, she's telling the truth. What do you think incited such a reaction from the crowd? Sudden presses on.
The music was bad, Stella says placidly.
And that is an excuse for them acting like a bunch of shitheads? Oh, yeah, so it's Trish. I look from behind me. It's Trish. She started up from her seat. Lucy lifts her head for the first time since she's been asked how she bleeds. There's anger. A whole fucking firestorm of fire burning inside.
If you didn't break the string on my fucking guitar, you stupid bitch, none of it would have happened!
The judge smacks the bench with his mallet. Order! His eyes sweep from Lucy to Trish. Your name, young lady? Trish freezes. She looks up at the judge, trembling a little.
Trisha Jones?
Trisha Jones. The judge leans forward, uncoiling his neck a little and sticking his head out for added effect. I give you one last warning. If you interrupt the proceedings one more time, you will be escorted out from the courtroom. Do I make myself clear? He glares at Lucy. That applies to you as well, Miss Aaron. Trish swallows.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then sit down and be silent. You'll have an occasion to speak when you're called to testify. Mr. Sudman? Gal nods. Please continue, Miss Delmont.
The music was bad. Back then I didn't know why they decided to play the same music as before, but you heard the reason.
She nods at Trish.
Before, Miss Delmont?
Gal latches onto the words like a dog on someone's ankle. Would you care to tell us what you mean? In response, Stella explains what happened at the concert Vern Drama gave in the auditorium earlier in the semester. My fists clench at the remembrance of the insults, of laughter, of the whole audience mocking the band. I turn pale and curse under my breath. I was one of them. I laughed, and then tried to joke about it all with Lucy afterwards. I was such a fucking idiot. So, the defendant was an object of mockery amongst her peers. He looks at the judge. This is but one such occurrence in a long string of similar events, Your Honor. Turns back to Stella. Miss Delmont, 2 more questions. He looks Stella in the eyes. Do you hate the defendant? Objection, Whit calls out. The question is irrelevant. Upheld. Gal spreads his arm and bows slightly, admitting defeat. He then turns to Stella. She looks at him with a slight frown. Miss Delmont, is there anything you'd like to say to the defendant before I relieve you? Stella looks at Lucy. She narrows her eyes, which flash with viciousness I have not yet seen in them. Her snout twists into a cold grimace.
I hope you get what you deserve for all you did, Fang,
she says in a cold, composed tone.
And I mean everything.
She turns to the judge, omitting Gal completely.
Can I go now, Your Honor?
Yes, you're free to go. The judge gestures with his hand. The stego gets up, walks around Gal, who turns as she passes him by, then sits by her mom. They start talking in hushed whispers, too quiet for me to catch anything said. Gal, meanwhile, asks the judge if he can call his witness in, which is reluctantly permitted. Whit stifles a snort when Glenn is called to the booth, but doesn't comment on it. Glenn is sworn in, sits down, and is immediately rounded upon by Lucy's lawyer. Mr. Webb, how long have you known the defendant? Glenn glances at Lucy, who keeps head low. He then looks back at Gal, unsure as to why he's being asked this question. He looks at the wall, rubs his jaw, murmurs to himself, and nods, drops his hand onto the bar, and turns back to Sudman.
Ever since she was 7 years old, if memory serves correct.
Did she have good relations with her father, former Commissioner of Volcadero Police Department Ripley Aaron? Whit coughs. The judge, the lawyer, the witness, and the whole auditorium, yours truly included, turn their heads towards him. He's completely unperturbed by all the attention. What is the point of this inquiry, Mr. Sudman? Oh, this is supposed to be, wit, right? What is the point of this inquiry, Mr. Sudman? Patience is a virtue, Mr. Wit, Sudman retorts. Please express some of it. Murmurs from the audience. Wit grimaces with a growing frown and flushed cheeks. Very well. I apologize for interrupting, Your Honor. Gal ignores him and shifts his attention back to Glenn. The cop frowns a little after hearing this little exchange, but he only shrugs his shoulders and doesn't comment on it. After murmuring dies down, Sudman repeats his question. Yes, well, after the Nazar's accident, not as much, but I would describe their relations as good, as far as Ripley was concerned. How did those relations look after Nazar's accident? They got rough, but Ripley is a good man, too damn passionate for his own good sometimes. Too damn passionate. I think the word you're looking for is a cruel and mirthless asshole hell-bent on destroying anyone who stands in his way, Glenny boy. The judge frowns and leans over Glenn, who shrinks a bit in his seat under the might of that gaze. Please do not use such language here, detective, the judge admonishes him. Of course, Your Honor. Apologies. Did Ripley Aaron teach his daughter how to use a gun? So that's your plan, Mr. Sudman, Wit stands up, to shift blame onto the defendant's father. Gal sighs and turns to Wit with the most viciously polite smile I've ever seen on a man. He gives him a prolonged, cold look, then, within a moment, turns dead serious. No, Mr. Wit. My plan is to defend my client. Mr. Wit, I'm warning you. Judge turns to him. Continue, Mr. Sudman. Naturally, Your Honor. Well, detective? Glenn rubs his jaw again. This time, an answer comes much sooner. Yes, he often took her to the shooting range. How often? Very often. Can you be more specific? 3 times a week when she was younger, if I remember correctly. Glenn rubs his jaw. Yes, 3 times a week. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Every Sunday over the last year. And he called it a bonding exercise. Was the defendant a good shot? Glenn stifles a chuckle. Yes, she could hit a dime 20 feet away. Is that a literal statement? Yes, I saw her do it a couple times. She liked to show off. What the hell? Lucy never mentioned it to me. I thought she and her old man hated each other's guts, and yet here we are, learning that she and him went out every weekend, cracked open a couple brewskis, and shot at coins. I would call it fucking bullshit, but it's coming from the mouth of Ripley's buddies, so what the hell do I know? I don't believe him, I mutter. I do, Reed mutters in reply. I got pulled into a little excursion once, he grimaces softly. Lucy told me we'd be going bowling, but we arrived at the gun store and knew something was up. Is she really such a good shot? She's a fucking gunslinger, dude. Nazar's got bowling trip, Lucy's got Hogan's Alley, I mutter. Something doesn't add up here. She did tell him she wanted to be a cop, Reed smirks, and immediately turns serious. Ages ago. I guess it tickled his fancy. As if to confirm Reed's words, Sudman asks the exact question related to what my friend just said. Glenn's answer to that question is nigh the same as Reed's to mine. I glance at Lucy. She looks up at Glenn for a split second, then hastily lowers her head. Damn. There's a lot of shit I do not know about the Aaron household, huh? Detective, did the defendant know the code to Ripley's Aaron's gun safe? I goggle at Sudman. Glenn looks at him with some suspicion. Reed mutters something under his breath. Rosa gasps softly. The rest of the people present mutter amongst themselves. The focus shifts, for a moment, from Lucy to her father. Yes, Glenn finally says. Murmurs rise in volume. From whom? From her father. A gasp. More murmuring. The focus shifts more towards Lucy's father. Why did he tell her the code? There was a break-in at their house last year. Ripley was working late. He only arrived after we were called in. Gal looks at the jury, then at the judge. There's a hint of triumph on his face, as if he just discovered some very profound piece of evidence. Maybe Lucy told him this, and he needed to get a third party to confirm what she said. He turns to us all for a brief moment with an expression that almost says, "I told you so," as if we just learned something was as if what we just learned was something obvious. I wasn't watching the news. I avoided them like the plague, save for the final week of September. From the look on Rose's face, surprise mixed with anger, probably an old Rip, the media must have been speculating about this ever since the shooting. Who else has Ripley Aaron shared the code with?
His wife and his son.
Glenn shifts in his seat.
Is it wrong for a man to want to protect his family?
Gal shakes his head vehemently.
Of course not, Detective. No one could predict that the events would take such a turn.
He pauses.
Did Ripley Aaron and the defendant fight?
He raises his hand when Glenn stirs.
I meant arguments, Detective, not physical violence.
I don't see why asking about their private matters would be relevant.
The judge leans over the Spinosaurus. Please answer the question, Detective.
It's very, very relevant, Mr. Webb.
Gal casts the briefest of looks over his shoulder, straight at me.
Please answer my question.
Glenn grumbles under his breath, drums with his fingers on the bar before him, rubs his jaw, murmurs something, then looks Gal in the eyes.
Yes, they argued all the time ever since she started that band of hers.
He pauses.
Ripley's not a madman, Your Honor.
He looks up at the judge.
He just doesn't deal with his emotions well. He's rough, he has to be. We can't be soft in our line of work.
Gal nods along to what Glenn says. Then, as soon as the cop is done, he interjects.
Your Honor, I would like to present evidence.
What evidence, Mr. Sudman?
Testimony of Mr. Anon Y. Mouse, obtained over the course of his hearing at the offices of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I frown. Evans said that this shit is confidential. How the hell did Sudman get his hands on it? A humorless snort from Reed tells me enough. Sudman is a damn good lawyer. Guess he pulled some kind of law chicanery bullshit to get to it. Look at Reed. Looking at the lawyer as if he expected nothing less. Well, Reed's that as a lawyer himself. Who knows? Maybe he and Gal know each other. The judge considers Gal for a moment, then checks something behind his pulpit. He mutters something under his breath, nods, then looks at the attorney and nods again. Proceed, Mr. Sudman. Gal nods, walks over to his table, grabs a disc from it, and walks over to the screen. He turns it on with a remote and inserts the disc into the player. Almost immediately, I hear Evans questioning me about the relationship between Ripley and his family, and myself answering. The recording is not a short snippet. It goes on for about a quarter of an hour. When it's finished, Gal sweeps the whole courtroom with another wide, encompassing look. Ripley Aaron treated his children harshly. Very harshly. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't abuse, of course. He bows his head slightly, spreading his arms in a show of gusto. But it wasn't the proper way to deal with troubled youth.
Ripley and Skinny hated each other. Of course he talks smack about him.
Glenn interrupts him with a growl.
Doesn't know shit about things were at Rip's house.
Murmurs amongst the witnesses. The judge narrows his eyes and leans over Glenn again, this time uncoiling his neck, so their snouts are level. I am giving you one last warning, Detective. He admonishes him in a harsh tone. Don't use such language here, and do not speak if not spoken to, otherwise you'll be held in contempt of court. Glenn shrinks even more in his seat. It's kind of hilarious, seeing that mountain of a carnivore cowering before an old herbivore, but at the same time, it's kind of unnerving. The hell knows if I don't end up a nervous wreck under that stare, if it makes Webb shrink like a kid caught with his hand in a cookie jar.
Yes, Your Honor,
Glenn mutters. I'm glad we're on the same page. The judge nods and slowly returns to his former position. Gal waits for the judge to settle down into his seat, then rounds on Glenn again.
Detective, my firm reached out to all the people who knew the defendant and her brother closely. I assure you the statements we have collected more than support the claims made by Mr. Mouse.
Glenn gives Gal a death glare. Gal shrugs it off and turns to the judge.
I have no more questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Witt? No questions, Your Honor. You're free to go, Detective.
Len gets up from the seat. When he passes Gal by, it looks like he could punch him. This was clearly not what he expected. I wonder what Sudman told him to get him to testify. I watch the cop approach. He ignores me and takes his seat.
The prosecution calls Basil Egmont to the witness bar.
In my ears, the click of the door opening is loud enough to almost sound like a gunshot. Sage walks fast, almost jogs to the witness booth. He's not looking at anyone as he's sworn in. Only after prosecution stands up does the Microraptor focus on him.
Mr. Egmont, where were you at the time of Naomi Chun's death?
In the class next door,
Sage replies immediately.
Have you heard anything? As in the sounds of an argument, a struggle, anything?
Sage glares at Wit, as if he just asked him an extremely retarded question.
I've heard Fang screaming like a lunatic. I couldn't tell what she was screaming, but she sounded completely insane.
He snorts, fitting for her.
Mr. Egmont, please refrain from such remarks. The judge warns him. I understand that you're grieving someone dear to you, and you have my sincerest condolences,
he adds with great emphasis.
But such behavior will not help justice.
Of course. I apologize. To you, Your Honor.
He glares at Lucy.
Not to her.
Mr. Egmont,
the judge says in a tone of warning. Wit waits a moment. Then he focuses on Sage.
Do you remember the amount of gunshots?
1, then 3.
Sage replies, cold and ruthless. He's staring at the lawyer wide-eyed, his look bordering on complete lunacy.
Then a moment of silence, then another shot, then another. And after that, the teacher hurried us out of class, but she...
He nods at Lucy with his narrowed eyes.
She was already in the corridor reloading that fucking revolver.
Judge says nothing. He only glances at Sage, but his eyes carry no reproach. There's pity in his look instead.
She popped out the cylinder, fumbled with her bag, pulled out something, and jammed it into the gun.
Wit turns and walks over to his table. He picks up the evidence bag. This? He walks up to Sage and holds it up to him.
Maybe, yes?
Maybe or yes.
Yes.
Wit turns to the audience, holding up the evidence bag as if it was some kind of fucking treasure he found.
This is a speed loader, ladies and gentlemen. It takes skill and a steady hand to use effectively.
Skill and a steady hand, both of which my client possesses, as testified by Detective Webb, Mr. Wit, Gall remarks. Now, of course you know how to use them effectively. Wit turns to Gall and with an arched eyebrow, looking at him if he just said something completely nonsensical.
Are you claiming that the defendant, as you claim...
He looks around, making sure that everyone is listening. In the middle of a psychotic episode, retained the skills described by Detective Webb, Mr. Sudman? Indeed I do, Gall nods. Train someone how to use a gun for long and rigorously enough, and they'll be able to use it under any circumstances. He leans forward a little, looking Wit in the eyes. The young attorney returns his look with some perturbation. The cold confidence slipping for a second, revealing his indignation. It's quite something. If you had listened closely to the inquiry I made towards Detective Webb, instead of making snarky remarks, Mr. Witt, you'd know how well trained my client is in handling such objects.
Mr. Sudman, you're claiming that your client took a leave of his senses.
I have evidence to support my claim. I wouldn't make it otherwise. What do you have, Mr. Witt?
I have evidence and witnesses, the latter of which examination you're interfering with, Mr. Sudman.
The judge clears his throat. Both attorneys look at him.
Gentlemen, this is enough. We are in court.
He admonishes them both. They both apologize. Witt puts the evidence back onto his table, then returns to Sage. Mr. Egmont, what happened after the defendant started up the stairs? Sage's face twists into a grimace of contemptuous, righteous disdain and hatred. He turns his head from Wit and towards Lucy, whom he fixes with his eyes for a very long moment. There's fire in his eyes. Reminds me of someone. Reminds me of Wendy.
She?
He slowly, rigidly, like a badly oiled piece of machinery, turns his head back to Wit.
I heard Nazar's voice, then 2 gunshots.
Buzzing erupts in my head. I look down at the tips of my shoes, eyes wide open, face pale and rigid. Inside my head, the vision of Nazar's demise plays again and again and again. Bang! Nazar stumbles backwards like a puppet with its strings cut. Bang! His back hits the wall. He slides down and slumps onto the stair step. Sounds of scraping snap me out of it. I look up. Sage is clenching his hand, his claws slipping out a little, scratching the varnish off the wood. Lucy is trembling again.
Then, sounds of a struggle.
He closes his eyes. He pauses for a very long moment. He's trembling. Tears glimmer in the corners of his eyes as the events of that fatal day play out in his mind. I can't help but feel sorry for him. Very sorry. But he has to understand that Lucy is not guilty.
I heard someone crying out, then tumble down the stairs.
He opens his eyes.
I didn't look. I was trying to...
He swallows and chokes back a sob.
To save Leo, Your Honor. I tried.
Another sob choked back.
But he was sorry. Oh God, I'm sorry. I need a moment.
It takes him more than a moment's time to compose himself enough to be able to speak with any degree of clarity. The prosecutor waits patiently, giving the little raptor a look of such compassion that kind of catches me off guard. There's a hint of sympathy in his eyes, which, paired with his expression, gives him a pretty poignant look. What happened later? Wit asks.
Me and Rosemary were taken out of school by teachers,
Sage confesses.
So as we were going by the stairs, I kept hearing Lucy Aaron screaming overhead, shrieking and shooting her gun, again and again and again.
He emphasizes his last sentence by lightly smacking the bar with his hand. So that's where all those bullet holes came from. Have you seen or heard Miss Delmont in the corridor prior to you exiting the school? Sage shakes his head.
I did not. She probably started looking for Lucy after it was all over.
Sage fixes Lucy with another fiery, angry glare.
Well, almost over.
Wit nods. He looks up at the judge. That is all, Your Honor. He returns to his seat. Mr. Sudman, do you have any questions for the witness? Gal gets up. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed. Gal wastes no time. He approaches Sage rapidly and takes him in for a moment, with a look of genuine compassion and pity. Sage returns the look with a slightly softer expression than the one he wore when questioned by Wit. Mr. Eggman, Gal nods as if confirming a thought he had just had. How well do you know the defendant? Sage shrugs.
My sister knows her better than me. I only know her in passing.
Were your boyfriend and the defendant at odds with one another prior to May 25th? The tiny raptor narrows his eyes, baring his fangs a little. Gal's look of compassionate pity does not change a bit, which makes Sage reconsider. He relaxes slightly and stops leering at Sudman.
No. She and Leo barely knew each other.
What was he doing at the prom?
If you want to know if he was one of those pricks who booed Fang off stage, no. We were...
He pauses for a brief moment.
Outside when that happened.
Sudman nods. So, the defendant had no reason to attack Mr. Eggman's boyfriend. There was no intent in her actions.
She killed him.
Sage growls. She pulled the trigger, yes, but she was not aware of what she was doing, Mr. Eggman. She did not intend to kill Leo Maverick. Sage growls. It's a soft but very angry growl. His eyes are blazing again. Sudman endures the look with a healthy dose of cold composure. Mr. Eggman, you mentioned the defendant screaming while she was in the corridor with you, Gal says slowly. What was she screaming? Sage blinks. His eyes widen while his pupils shrink. He opens his mouth, closes it, lets out a weird sound, something between a growl and a snort, blinks again, and finally manages to regain control over his voice.
I don't remember. Please think for a moment,
Lucy's lawyer requests. It's very important.
Why? She killed 5 people. Who the fuck cares what she was screaming about while murdering them?
Lucy shrinks, nearly doubling over. She's shaking now, rubbing her shoulders, muttering softly to herself. Sage doesn't even honor her with a glance, instead focusing his whole attention on Gal. The lawyer takes the leers, the invectives, and Sage's increasingly erratic behavior with the same cool composure he showed for the whole trial thus far. Raptor, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy's a cold motherfucker. Mr. Eggman, control yourself. Oh, this is the judge. Answer the defense's question, if you can.
I don't remember what Lucy was screaming. Maybe Rosemary remembers, or someone from my class.
Sage answers through gritted teeth.
I don't remember. I only remember that I lost the love of my life at that moment. Lost him to her.
He jerks his head towards Lucy, who recoils as if after a slap to the face.
She made my sister a cripple. I don't care if Fang was hallucinating or having an episode or whatever. She killed Leo, and I hope she rots in hell for it.
Meow watches Sage breathe in and out, the little raptor rigidly tensing up and relaxing with each breath. Almost a minute of such observation passes before Sudman looks away from the little guy and looks up at the judge. I have no more questions for the witness, Your Honor. You're free to go, Mr. Egmont. Sage leaves the booth. The prosecution calls in another witness, some guy I don't know at all. He apparently knew Nazar well, as they were on this track team together. He doesn't add anything new to the case, and neither do the next couple of witnesses. They're mostly confirming what was being said before, with bits and pieces of their own perspective of the events on that fatal Monday. I'd call it calming after the roller coaster Sage's testimony was, if not for the burning realization in the back of my mind that I'll have to face the bar myself at one point. That point is drawing closer with each witness examined, and I don't like it in the slightest. After nearly an hour of short testimonies, the prosecution calls in another witness. The judge briefly discusses something with the clerks. They reach an agreement of some sort, after which one of the clerks looks towards the witnesses and calls out, "Is Milhouse Steffens present?" Chair rumbling. They look in the direction the sound came from. The short dino's standing. There's a dino girl sitting next to him, so tall that even in such a position, she's almost a head taller than him. Gray-pink, darker markings on her snout, dressed very formally and modestly. "Yes, I'm here." Milhouse's snout barely opens, which makes him speak so softly that he's barely audible. Please approach the witness's booth." The girl grabs his hand and holds it for a moment. She's smiling encouragingly. He nods at her, then goes over to the booth. The moment he turns to take a seat, I have to look away. The look of his snout, so wrapped up in bandages and braces, makes me sick in my stomach. He must have been shot in the face. Well, it must have shattered his jaw from how it's all braced up. Fuck, I wonder how many surgeries the poor guy had to go through. Rose's gasp and stare, followed by the sudden turn of the head, tell me enough. He's sworn in. Wick gets up and approaches him, while Gal watches from his table. "Mr. Steffens," Witt gives him a compassionate look. "Where were you at the time of Naomi Chun's death?" Milhouse gives him a prolonged blank stare. He then leans forward until the tip of his snout almost touches the microphone before him.
"I was in the same classroom as her and
He checks himself.
the defendant."
"What happened after the defendant killed Naomi Chun and discharged additional bullets?" Milhouse swallows with some difficulty. There's a flash of pain, heavily suppressed by his force of will, but he gets it under control and, after a long moment of thoughtful silence, he answers.
"I moved my chair. It rumbled. She turned to me and..."
He pauses. Tears glimmer in his eyes for a moment before he wipes them off.
"She shot me.
He touches the side of his snout.
Here. I fell over. The teacher had said something. She shot him, I think. Then left the classroom very quickly. She was chasing someone.
He pauses.
She was screaming all the time.
Do you remember anything that happened afterwards? Milhouse shakes his head.
I blacked out. I woke up in the hospital.
He wipes his eyes.
I'm sorry, It's been rough these past couple months. If not for Stacy, I don't know if I would have made it.
Whit nods. The judge looks down at Milhouse with a warm, compassionate look. It disappears behind a stern, rigid mask of seriousness almost immediately. He looks at Whit.
Do you have any more questions for the witness, Mr. Whit?
No. Whit shakes his head.
Mr. Sudman?
A couple. Judge almost grimaces. He stops the scowl before it fully forms, forces himself into composure, and gestures at Gal to approach. Whit sits down. Lucy's lawyer stands up and approaches Milhouse. Mr. Steffens. He stops a short distance from the booth. Do you remember what happened before the defendant shot Naomi Chun? Milhouse tilts his head. There's a slight question in his eyes. Sudman notices immediately. He bows his head and continues. How did the standoff between the defendant and Naomi Chun look like, Mr. Steffens? Milhouse blinks.
Standoff?
How did Naomi Chun react to the defendant threatening her with a weapon? Milhouse leans back. He stares at the ceiling for a long, long moment. He narrows his eyes from time to time, furrowing his brows in as much of an expression of deep thought as his state allows. It lasts at least a minute, maybe two.
Naomi, she started mocking the defendant.
What? Naomi's dad stands up so suddenly that he knocks a chair over. You're lying! Naomi would never—
Mr. Chun, please sit down.
The judge cuts him off. That little shit's lying! Naomi's dad screams. Naomi was not the kind of girl. What the hell is this? Some kind of farce? It's her fault. It's her fault she died. He makes a move towards Milhouse. Take that back, you little shithead, or I'll— He springs forward. Glenn springs to his feet, intercepting Naomi's father before he makes it far. The middle-aged parasaur starts screaming, cursing Sudman. Milhouse, Lucy, the whole courtroom. We wanted justice, not to have our poor girl's name smeared. He struggles against Glenn, so violently that the cop struggles to hold him. Some fucking court of justice. This is a farce. Can't you people see that this son of a bitch is doing? He points at Gal with a shaky finger. Naomi's mom starts crying. People start shouting over one another. It's fucking pandemonium.
Order!
The judge hammers on the pulpit.
Order in the court! Security, please escort Mr. and Miss Chun out. Order!
It's impossible to restore order, I think. No one's listening to the judge, no matter how much he shouts and hammers on his bench. The anger, the tension, the bottled up anger, it all goes off at once. Naomi's dad's outburst being the catalyst. Rose is hugging Reed, crying into his chest. Reed's looking around with narrowed eyes and a very cautious look. He's ready for anything. We did come to defend Lucy after all. Who knows if someone doesn't try to use this chaos to try something with us? No such thing happens.
Recess!
The judge raises his voice enough to shout over the chaos.
I'm ordering an hour's recess in the court session.
The chaos dies down.
Security, open the doors. Mr. Steffens, you're free to go, but after the recess, you must return to the booth.
Everyone starts filing out of the courtroom. We're one of the last few to leave. I look over my shoulder at Lucy, sitting with her face in her hands, Sudman leaning in towards her, muttering something. The corridor is surprisingly quiet, given the complete fucking pandemonium in the courtroom mere minutes ago. People cluster into tight groups, discussing what happened, and the proceedings so far. From the tone of their voices and the words they're using, with absolute disgrace being one of the less colorful, they're obviously not too fucking happy about how things are going. I myself am sitting on the bench, pondering what the hell I just witnessed. Naomi's dad lost his marbles. He was ready to jump Milhouse and kick his ass. After Jesus fucking Christ. As if the little guy didn't go through enough shit. Fuck, he got shot in the face. wonder how many surgeries he went through. A quick glance around and I notice him. He's sitting with that girl. I assume she's his girlfriend, hugging her pretty tightly. She's stroking his head, muttering something. His eyes are cast down on the floor.
Hey, Anon.
I look up. The trigger's looking down at me with great concern. Reed's growl, he's sitting right next to me, makes her turn pale, but she doesn't even flinch. Reed, on the other hand, gets up with a violent snarl and quickly trudges towards the exit. Rosa sighs and follows him. What a fucked up situation, huh? I grumble. This whole trial's a mess. I grab my head with both hands. Fuck, those fucking journalists ain't allowed inside the court today.
No shit.
She looks behind her.
Fuck. I never liked Naomi, but seeing her folks like this... Fucking hell.
She shakes her head with a deep sigh. Have you heard what that Millhouse guy said? I fixed my eyes on the floor. That Naomi started talking shit when Lucy aimed the gun at her? I don't believe it.
She always was a bitch.
Trish shrugs. That's pretty fucking rich coming from you.
Fuck you. You didn't know her for as long as I did.
So what? She was a bit annoying and that means she deserved to die like a dog? I muttered through gritted teeth, throwing my head forward a bit. Trish shuts up for a long moment, which is quite unusual for her. She turns away from me with her face twisted into a grimace of rage. She stands with her back turned to me and her fists clenched, her tail swinging back and forth like an angry purple pendulum. I stare at her back. When she turns back to me, she's composed. She's even a bit sad.
No, she did not deserve that.
She sighs and rubs her eyes.
She deserved an ass kicking, not a bullet.
She wipes her face.
No one deserved a bullet.
She sighs.
Can I sit with you for a bit?
I shrug and scoot aside. She sits down next to me, continually wiping her eyes. I don't look at her, instead taking in my surroundings and those populating them. Wherever I look, I see angry faces, sad faces, teary-eyed faces. My gaze keeps wandering, looking into each face it encounters. Sage on the verge of insanity after his boyfriend died. His sister in a wheelchair. Naomi's mom screaming. Naomi's father shouting in grief and rage. Millhouse, shot in the face for being a bystander. And none of the families of those killed had a chance to speak out yet. Will they get a chance to speak out here? I doubt they poured their hearts out to the press. I sure as fuck wouldn't. I sure as fuck won't.
She hates me, doesn't she?
I blinked, snapped out of my contemplation. I turned to the trigger. She's on the verge of tears.
Fang hates me.
She rubs her eye with the bottom of her palm. Shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. I turn from her, especially to you. She sniffles. I ignore it. I ignore the pangs of pain and compassion in my chest and keep looking into the surrounding faces. Desolation. That's where it all led to. A fucking desert. Ruins, broken lives, and shattered dreams. 8 people ended up dead. Were the people she killed even those who mocked her at the concert? I didn't know Leo too well, but he seemed like an alright guy. Not the type to mock someone. I don't think Sage's sister was even at prom. But what do I know? I'm so drunk that I can barely remember anything from that night. Lucy. She caused all this grief. All this sadness, all this suffering. We all pushed it to her to it, yes, but it's her who did the deed. Not me, not her parents, not Reed, not even Trish or those assholes at the prom. So many families just shattered. Lives broken. Lives ended. And yet, I still love her. Truly. Love is blind. I passed the recess, looking around the place, with the trigger sniffling next to me. When the doors opened again, I'm in no better mood than before. Reed and Rosa joined me shortly after I sit down.
They didn't let Naomi's parents in.
Reed remarked, sitting down. Looking around. Indeed, the Parasaur couple isn't present. Wonder where they are now. They could be talking to the press, I think. Call for death for Lucy, for what she did. I don't blame them, but they just don't fucking understand.
Pobre gente.
Rosa wipes her eyes with a soft sigh. Stand up for the entry of the judge. We stand up, sit down. Millhouse is called to the bar to testify. He's sworn in again. Gal approaches him once more. The two eye each other for a prolonged moment, during which a murmur rises and falls amongst the witnesses. Mr. Steffens, the lawyer begins, what was Naomi Chun's reaction to the defendant threatening her?
She started mocking her,
Millhouse says, more confidently before.
Let me think.
Please, take your time, Mr. Steffens. Gal bows his head. Millhouse takes a long time to recall the memory. From the look in his eyes, he also struggles not to burst into tears at bringing it back into light. But, with a soft sigh and a very slight jerk of his head, he grips his emotions with an iron hand.
I don't remember the exact words.
He begins with and softly clears his throat.
It was something like, is this the thanks I get? I work my ass off and that's what I get, a gun to my face, gun to the face.
Lucy perks up. She looks up at Millhouse, tensed up and rigid. She's trembling slightly. Millhouse is not looking at her. Instead, he's looking Sudman in the face.
What else did she say?
He scratches his head, mumbling softly.
Oh, yes. You won't shoot me. Do you know why? Because you know I'm right.
Lucy's clenching her fist now. She's not looking at Millhouse anymore, but from how she's trembling and barely audible sniffles, it's clear that she's crying.
There's also something about the defendant being ungrateful.
Millhouse swallows with some difficulty.
I don't remember anything else. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, Mr. Steffens. Sudman shakes his head with a smile of compassion. I only have 2 more questions for you. Were you at the prom?
Yes.
Did the events develop in a way described by Miss Delmet earlier?
Yes. People were laughing at the band, mocking them. They even threw things at the defendant.
He looks at Lucy.
You should have seen her. God, how can people be so cruel?
He shakes his head, pausing. Murmurs stir. I look around. I notice Sage glaring at Millhouse with fire in his eyes and a very angry face. He's calm now, much more than he was before, but still, there's so much fucking anger in him. His sister doesn't look nearly as angry as him. She seems to agree with Millhouse from how she looks at him. Steffens continues from where he left off. He looks around at the witnesses in the audience, at all those angry, sad, teary-eyed faces, takes them in for a long moment, then looks back at Sudman.
If only you had seen her face. If you only had heard her crying and seen her stumble when people threw things at her.
He pauses and wipes his eyes.
I really want to hate her for what she did to me, to my friends. I know I should be angry, that I should hate, despise her, and yet...
He pauses, casts a long, thoughtful look at Lucy.
I don't know. I can't find it in me. You said that people were making fun of her for a long time.
He nods at Sudman. Yes, I did make this claim, Sudman nods. Do you want to add to what Miss Delmotte said?
Not only that, you're right. People laughed at her and her friends. My own friends did. They made crass jokes, mocked them all, and said things like, Fang and her retarded band will never amount to anything.
He wipes his eyes, shaking his head.
I'm sorry for such bad language, Your Honor. I was just quoting what I've heard.
Judge Bernard slightly lifts his hand. The court takes no offense, Mr. Steffens.
Sudman nods with a solemn expression. Do you have anything you want to say to the defendant, Mr. Steffens? Milhouse looks at Lucy. She eagerly looks at him. Right at him.
I forgive you.
He taps his face.
For this.
She lowers her head and starts trembling. She hides her face in her palms and starts sniffling. Very softly. Very quietly. The defense has no more questions for the witness, Your Honor.
You're free to go, young man.
Milhouse gets up and walks across the space separating the booth into tribunes. As he walks past Lucy, she lifts her head. I'm sorry, she whispers. I'm sorry. The last thing I see before covering my eyes to hide my tears is Milhouse stopping to look at her. He says nothing. His footsteps move on from where she's sitting to where his seat is. I keep my hand pressed to my face, trembling slightly, holding back sniffles. My heart pounds on my ribs like a knocker, each heartbeat making my whole body twitch. Oh God, oh my fucking God. Someone takes my hand. I spread my fingers a little to see who it is. Rosa. I smile through my sadness. Thanks, sis, I mutter. She squeezes my hand in response. The defense calls a witness, Anon Y. Mouse. I slip my hand out of hers and approach the booth. The clerk approaches me. The judge rumbles above me.
Mr. Mouse, please step forward and raise your hand to be sworn.
I do what is asked of me.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swallow and take a deep breath to calm myself down. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Judge murmurs to himself, then turns to Gal.
Mr. Sudman, if you please.
Gal gets off his chair and approaches me with a confident, calming look. Showtime. All right, and that is the end of chapter 22. Ugh. What a explosive chapter. What a bunch of people I had to voice. Fuck, we went from like maybe 4 or 5 voices that I use usually to about like fucking 12. That was a lot of motherfuckers that shut up that chapter. Holy shit. Ugh, my throat. Whew. Goodness. Everything's not coming up Milhouse. Goddamn, man. Milhouse too wholesome and innocent for this. Rosa MVP, hands down. What I miss? Just chapter 21 and chapter 22. As a fucking cliffhanger and a half. Well, I would like to approach it, but yeah, this one's the same length, if not slightly longer. And that chapter took us about 2 hours to do. I don't think I can do another 2 hours tonight. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. That one is not gonna happen. My voice is already feeling a little strained, if I'm honest. Ugh. On a more upbeat note, I just had some of the best cinnamon banana bread. Oh, and verbanadas de mantequilla. Mantequilla? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm the only Spanish practice I've had is this goddamn thick, and it's been a little bit since we had some good Spanish in here. Zan Persona 5 at the end of the chapter. Next chapter's gonna be intense. Shit, Court B. Wilden getting Ace Attorney vibes. I can't wait for the moment when we get the fucking cornered theme start playing when Gal turns on Wit. Hey, I'll say it though. Fucking Gal's doing a pretty good job casting like any doubt on things right now, which is the only thing that whatchamacallit, which is what the defense is supposed to do, cast doubt. Because isn't that like what's supposed to happen in court? You're not supposed to convict without what is it? I can't remember the fucking terminology. You have to be confident beyond a reasonable doubt or some shit. Just popping in to say hello. I was busy vintage maxing most of the stream and then my game crashed. Yeah, I saw that you were vintage maxing when I took my little fucking break earlier. Oh man, I kind of want to play some fucking Vintage Story now. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like probably kick back for a little bit. Ah, damn, just damn. Should have named the attorney Sole Bad Guy. To be fair, if this wasn't a civil trial, Lucy would be fucked. Oh, probably. Trauma maxing. Hop back on if you do want to play. Perhaps. Just let me know. Alright, I'll shoot you a ping if I do. Trying Rogue Rosa right now. Or Rouge Rosa. Or the thumbnail sketch. Nice. I can vintage up. Are we about to get a fucking vintage squad going? Jesus. I'm gonna already be fucking taking off tomorrow from work because I gotta I gotta play the new Risk of Rain 2 DLC, so you know what, I could probably just be up late. Sleep through the day some. Considerations. That's for me to think about off stream though. Obviously, we've reached the natural conclusion of tonight's reading. So how many more chapters do we got to go now? 10, right? What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more chapters. Oh, I cannot do more than 2 chapters of this shit in one stream. That much is very fucking apparent. Let's see. If we jam out fucking Punch Drunk next week, like I kind of want to try to do, and we're able to do 2 chapters of reading, then that's 6 weeks out at longest. Potentially 3, no. Potentially 4 weeks if I'm able to do Sunday, Mondays readings in a row. But honestly, with these chapters, I don't know if I can do a two-parter. Maybe I could do a 2 and then a 1. We'll see. I'll feel it out. Dino Saul Goodman is doing a damn good job. Yeah, obviously. What the fuck? My cat just pulled a Mario Luigi's bro move right now. That's crazy style. Put him in a pipe. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end us off here. Hopefully, I'll need the Nun in the Chamber supercut. Everybody's going to need the Nun in the Chamber supercut. Dude, that supercut is going to be long as fuck. Holy shit. I actually haven't really clocked that yet. I mean, hold up a sec. What the Inko Noted one was... Fuck. It was on like 9 hours. Let me check here. Looks up Inko Noted, sees my video. Haha, that's me. Yeah, 9 hours roughly. And that was 84,000 words. This is like almost 4 times that. Man, that's gonna be like an over 24-hour video. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to figure out if I need to do like fucking parts on the supercut. Damn. If you do a supercut, make them episodes, cut it in half. Omega cut. Godspeed to anyone who watches that video in one go. Holy shit. Ugh. What a chunky ass fucking thick, am I right? I mean, how long is the fucking Punch Drunk one looking like right now? Can I check that real quick? Punch Drunk Gay Tour. That's 166. That's double the length of the Inko Noted. So that would be like 18 hours. What exactly does chatter define as in all in one go? Sitting through the entirety of a supercut, every single chapter I would have read. God damn, I know what I'll be listening to for my insomnia. Yeah, you insomniacs are gonna be eating fucking good when the supercut comes out. Holy shit. Alright. Oh, does it have to be active watching? That's up to you, man. Even if you're not actively, that's like over a day straight you gotta do. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kick back, fellas. We'll be back. Let's see. Looks at my fucking watch. We'll be back Wednesday for something. Don't ask me what. I have no fucking clue. Getting the Yap cut. Can you imagine? What if I do actually do the Yap cut? I might be able to do. Because what I need to check is, can I. Here's what I'll say. If I can reliably, or if it's possible in the program to, whenever I'm cutting a piece out that would be the Yap for the supercut, I wonder if I can move it to a different track and have 2 different video tracks and save them both. Because if I can do that, then you might get a Yap cut if I'm feeling spicy. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things pan out. No promise. You'll get a supercut. You might get a Yap cut too, if you're lucky. If you guys are good, we'll see. But yeah, we'll be back Wednesday. I don't know. I've got like a backlog of things that I need to do, so maybe I'll start cranking through some of those. Like maybe I'll do like a fucking maybe I'll finally get around to doing the VR Project Wingman. There's also, if I'm honest, I saw some people playing Pilgrim, and I kind of want to play that with a couple people. Maybe I'll do that. It's always as it is, kind of up in the air until it isn't. So if you're not part of the Discord, go ahead and join it. I drop fucking announcements in there regarding streams and whatnot. I'll be dropping some polls in there regarding who we're going to be having on our next Creator Spotlight and other such good things. And it's just a cool place to hang out. So, you know, fucking, if you're there, hi. If you're not there, you should be. Smile. But yeah, everybody who's in chat, be lurking otherwise, hope you had a good time listening to some None in the Chamber tonight. I hope you have a good rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is for you. And I'll catch you on Wednesday. Until then, take care. I forget it. Do I need to which button do I need to press? Is it left click? She's just staring at us. I don't like this. Oh, she blinked.